Good morning, everybody. Delegate Stewart's on the line.
Hello.
Good morning. Delegate Rick Nez present.
Good morning, everyone. This is Edmund Yazi. I'm online. Good morning, everyone. Yate bene.
Oh, yeah, Dave, Ben, TGIF, Vice Chair, waiting for everybody else to get on board.
All right, Smith. Okay. I'll just hurry up and wait, sir.
Biga. Gushing?
Mm-hmm. Where are you calling in from, man?
I'm Rabbi Say Benito. I'll lose signal here shortly.
Oh, okay. How about you, Mr. Nez?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Are you Are you sitting on a table by the river?
I'm driving down the mountain into Sheep Springs, headed home. Had to sign some documents in Window Rock.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to go on mute, okay, everyone? Good to talk to you all.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. This is Delegate Daniel. I'm calling in for Navajo Nation Council special session.
Good morning, colleagues. Delegate Paul Begay calling in. Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. We do have today's a TGIF, is what I heard from some of you all this morning. Looks like we have a quorum now, so we'll go ahead and get started. We'll just go ahead and jump right in. There's a proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We're having a special session via telecommunications this morning. Today's date is February 12th, 2021. The time now is 10:05 a.m. I'm here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I do have Honorable Edison Winika in the chambers with me along with staff. So good morning to everyone. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Before we get things going, let's make sure we have a quorum. So I have Monsieur Vela, who's here this morning, who's going to be taking roll call and then also taking the voting too as well. Good morning, Monsieur Vela. If you could get a roll call, we can go ahead and get things started.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not enter roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Cal Begay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton entered roll call. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty did not enter roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon entered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not enter roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, President. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland entered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Oh, yeah, there's my. Hello, Mr. President.
Honorable Pernell Halona entered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, Delegate Henio, President.
Honorable Jamie Henyo entered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Good morning. Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez entered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not enter roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
President, good morning. Good day.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am here. I am present.
Honorable Otto So entered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So entered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not enter roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker's present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika entered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie entered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not enter roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not enter roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not enter roll call. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty did not enter roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not enter roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not enter roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
I unmuted. Hey, I'm here.
Honorable Eugene So entered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable-
Delegate Yellowhair. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 17 that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Again, we have 17 present. That does
Mr.
conclude.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel.
We have a quorum.
Delegate James present.
Good morning, Honorable.
I'm here.
Good morning, Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues,
Delegate James is present.
let's go continue on down. Good morning, Honorable James.
Delegate James is present.
Good morning, Honorable James. Noted. Let's go ahead and continue on down with getting a formal invocation this morning. With that, I'll go ahead and turn over to Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the chance to allow to have me conduct invocation. So is not nanofinigi ocean yat ifene. I don't the kadot or be or the dope job nash kado CD ka وشيلان هو تحت ضغط الستون ده هو دون كله بجون دولة نعم شما أدون ده كله ده أهاجو ده هو جون هو يشي تشوسسي نسكت النيو أدون أدي النيو نخسيني دين نخسيني هاشيت نخسيني كون دي جيجا نتيس كارني دي أدون نكون نتيس كارني هون يات إهو إني تا نتيس كارني دي تا أخويتشن كارني إيا هون بابن ناشد نهتيس بي قلنا إيا نهلك آته نشر دون دان هي لالك آته دون هي أدون نهتيس آته نشر بح خنوت إيه بنت آره نشر ليني كدون نشر يات إيه نشر دوتيش نشر زقاي نشر تسون نشر تسكيس نشر نوتوزي كوني تخاو نهتيس بي ندازله أدون دا باب النشر تنسشن ليني كوني جي نيدي سناهي كوني بني تخاطها لوشنا كدودي جيجا بدي جيجا كود آهوشن نداديت بين ناشن هي جيل بين هي ناشن يا تهني دادو كون من سيغاجن هين سكت أدون دا كون هيت أوسانتي كون بتاعد إزلاغو كون هيت إسي أوه إسنا ندازلني هي يجي باكين هيت زون تشنكو دو دايس آغو هون دين دنانو فيني كون هيت دادون داني خناوت من دا ديكال نسيس بخايا دهو جونون دهز نانسيس آرات إيغو دادون دا كون إس قاد آلات إيغو كون من خاطت نسيس خايا هتاب تحت هاس خاب كون وجوغ خز آدون دا سيات جنوتا نقا جنوتا بيز كو جنون چندا بيز تين نسيس خايا إيدي هت إيغو كون نسيس خايا يات إهو بين ناس كيهي تيتو يات إهو دنيات إيهي نيتلينغو كون كيهي تيتو لي يتشيغن هساني هماتو إنانو سيني أساني تزني يتأيغو نتقيس بخاتني تاهيكي نيكي نهجات نهتسيس نهجي ننسكيس نهن Nilchedigen hit nazlay. I don't have of tragic it is late is chig. Yat ehoni half it is yat eho. Aston. Nadile. Benache chanani pioni tadole. Benache yat ehon. Is ka itasole. Babenache nikahon sitole. Ne we etanitle. Nigaje etanitle. Nitsui etanitle. Nidige etanitle. Oh, the DJ na Hassan Mahiyadaki. DJ the con DJ Yad El T. Nitai even Yadi at the Hisago. Awi Cheko. Hatina Shinko. At the Hasado and the Tata Hanikako. The Levatan Dasni. It is Shiga Hot Ego. No stand Lini with Bikani Ya. Hot ego ko hot itas aro hot ego lide ben hot to hot ago ya naket era dole to hot ago ya ne ka dole ne hey baben nachiyat hot ope oh as ahna tad ya ben ya ti ne hasan hama pani hit a hoja kon is ka ne tahido kon nachiyat kon be Benda di zihikida which Bayahot eho contis ka he na nani hama. I don't the Kodoshi Oshi be yat eho o ajo patida di nedo Niharian Hasani hama. Nich anana Nich anhatana totally. Basically banded die. This say when he it is the Basis in Cape Zeni, Ben he chasin zidoli. Beşik kişinin kola kato dağda. Ntajil kişi beni hiç ahitisi. Ne ol yeni hinna ben ahitisi hince snik. Ben ahitisi ben hiç ahitisi nasani ma. Ne waslat kato sen işte ntajil kişi. Hiç ben hiç ahitisi. Aron da hiç lala kato. Sen ntajil kişi beni hiç ahitisi. لا تقادو تقول غاشن داجل كشتي تيجي بين هيك تيزي أتنسش بيادستي بين هيك ياستي تولي أنا داتي تيجي بيش كيسن شابه تهنيت بين هيك إن سنزي تولي إيه بعد تيجي نهصاني هما من نيتا تولي من يتزي تولي من يتاني تولي نكت والخاتكون تادو لهنا هصاني هما أي بعد الشيء كونتو تير الله نتليدو لهنا هصاني هما أدون دا كونات أني ليني كون عشان زنو هو يتخلو تهوس آغو نبكي فقاك نات أني نات أني شوني نات أني بهجوني كون يتخلو بكون لادو للخاد شين داقد بغند هاد بستهون لادو له نشجيغ كون يتعات نليني يا كون يا ياسكي دون دا يا نهات دا يود هادون دا كون نهات يو أي باب الناس باب كدن دون له بغند هاد بكدن دون له أهد كون نمشي جوسس دو دشن هصاني هما يجيغ كون نيجن شلون تشنن سون شلون تشنن ينشل أي بعد يجيغ بخان نيلسن ياشتكي بشاهن سن يندش تاكي بشاهن سن هصاني هما أي باب الناس يجيغ كون يات هود كون هذا هيساغود ننليني با أجو با إنتزن دولة هصاني هما باب الناس يجيغ فانا غير نتليدو له كهجون نتليدو له سجوجون دولة من كده وجون دولة نهياك دون هيك أتهجون دولة نزاخ هجون دولة نهصاني هما أرون مهنات سخ هجون كنيتا دولة كوجنا سلين كه. Turn the floor back over to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto, for that wonderful invocation. Again, colleagues, and everyone that's joining us here today, good morning. Good morning to Mr. President, Jonathan Nez, Vice President Myron Lizer, Chief Justice, Madam Chief Justice, Joe and Jane, good morning to all the judges, to all the staff at all three branches. Good morning to all our chapters, to all our constituents, to all our veterans, to all our active military out there. Thank you very much for defending our freedom here, not only on the nation, but for the United States of America. Good morning to everyone out there listening in too as well. We have on our agenda, next item of business, item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. With that, colleagues, I have Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. 24th Navajo Nation Council, kudo on Finnegan. I can't get Sneedle, let kudo, Adonana kudo, just that. AIC have a Sneedle, let so kudo, at this time, kudo. I just want to express my thank you, gratitude to my colleague, kudo. Oye, Benny, this is not that. It's Oye, tweet about this kid. A tweet was a logo. A yob at this. A yob at not just nation, but should say delegate out of so good. I think cargo here did need all this. For the Juno behind the Juno way could also that way could a Nahabin name with not strong Yama. Nahanation cut. Good already, no, she did, yes, could say. Idiot, I think we can't be need all this. A tweet was a logo. A yoba was as long as I get it and not as tweet on such cases as then she eat it, what does it say? I don't know, made any this. A tweet was a logo. A yoba was as Nasa. I didn't get Nasa, but don't get that. I don't say. I just want to say thank you for that to my wonderful chief for that delegate out of so. At the week's ago for those Sabine name. Could get na bahagi, could get na giga on a for instance the Hinsey don't go there need it all less should know it could even the Yains I think what Edo let you say. I see those just ego could not here needs no this morning could at the week's ago get the net tweet of fun is not way could so the bunny and for could not just case would say could okay, it all can't need all this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That moving on down, Honorable Halona on recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Good morning, Honorable Halona.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh, great. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues at 24th Navajo Nation Council and Speaker, all those guests that are online. I have 2 recognitions I would like to do.
Honorable Halona. Honorable Halona, I stopped your time at 4 minutes, 31 seconds. Honorable Halona going twice. Honorable Halona going 3 times. That, colleagues, any other further recognitions of guests or visiting officials to the Navajo Nation this morning? If there are none, let me go back to Honorable Halona. Honorable Halona. He's not online. Honorable Halana. Honorable Halana going twice. Honorable Halana going 3 times. That, colleagues, any other further recognized guests or visiting officials to the Navajo Nation? And once, and twice, and 3 times. That, colleagues, let's continue on down. Item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. That, Mr. Rico, good morning. Could you please read the agenda into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, proposed agenda update 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication, February 12th, 2021. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports none. 5, old business. Old business A, legislation 0006-21. 6, new business none. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, could I get a motion?
Eugene So.
Morning, Honorable Eugene So. Motion by Honorable Eugene So. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Honorable Winika. Morning, Mr. Winika again. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to the agenda this morning?
Eugene So.
Continue.
Morning, Chairman Hino,
Gallon.
and then Honorable Eugene So, and then
Gallon.
Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Mike Che, Honorable Kealan Begay. Chairman Hino, floor is yours. We're on the agenda.
Good morning, Shanata. So Speaker Damon. Ado Shanata, Kodon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Deep Binibi, and Junior, Kodon, Ani Bakihela, Ado Children Habeka, Zizal Junior, Bakihele, Kodia, Kodo, Amendment number 1, the Shanato, to add under new business legislation 0016-21. That's my motion, Shanata. The Speaker David, reserve my time.
Speaker,
That
I
reserve
would like
time,
to second the motion.
4 minutes, 27 seconds. Chairman Hino on amendment number 1. And that amendment is to add on legislation 0016-21. Before I get a second, Mr. Rico, could you read that into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0016-21, in action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and non-vacated committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving a supplemental appropriation from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $34,193,514 to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Nation Shopping Center, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, and Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act, sponsored by Honorable Jamie Hino, co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there's a second by Honorable Eugene So on amendment number 1. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Speaker Kalen.
Honorable Kealan Begay on amendment number 1.
Speaker, Adult Kudoshnan at 24th Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 1021 Benti J Nation
Obanan hinch Catholic Kodo Kodoshi emotionally led as a beetle or goes Skidol such as a around the listen song, the chairman, speaker. Could I request a slot to the
So
motion
does
party to add
Henios-
1021?
Does Henios go in as a 2/3 still since it's in the? No?
Thank you. Sorry, colleagues, I just had to confirm with staff on the lineup. Honorable Keelan Begay on legislation 0010-21. Before I go for go to the sponsor of amendment number 1 for modification, Mr. Rico, could you read the heading of that legislation into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0010-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee, the Nabakiete Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Linda Cook Shirley as Director of the Navajo Nation Environment Protection Agency, sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, request to modify Chairman Hino to add on 0010-21 onto your amendment.
Abiga Sutsula.
Hey, thank you. With that, Honorable Eugene So is the second. Are you okay as well? Good as well?
Oh, put me in the queue too.
That, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
Also would like to
On
request,
amendment 1.
I also would like to request for the tracking number 002-21, if it's ready for the council. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So that there's a second request to modify on Amendment 1 for adding on legislation 0002-21. Mr. Rico, before I go to the sponsor, could you read the heading of that into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0002-21, an act relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, resource and development, and navigated committees and Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the amount of $4 million for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters summer youth employment programs, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, there's a request to modify. Okay, with that, Chairman Hino, there's a request to modify. Honorable Eugene So, request add the 0002-221 also into Amendment 1.
Abiga.
All right. And I'm sure, Honorable Eugene So, you're good as well, right? As you're holding the second. Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going once, twice,
With speakers, Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith on Amendment 1.
Thank you. I'm hoping that we can get business done before midnight. We've got 2 that's going to require 2/3 vote. And we're adding 2 more on. And if we keep it short and sweet, we can get business done. Be conscientious of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. For clarity, via Vice Chair Smith, there's only 1 2/3 vote legislation in that, and that's 006-21 that's already on the agenda. Oh, 002 as well. Sorry. You're correct. Sorry, Vice Chair Smith. I forgot we added on the last one too as well. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Going once. Oh, nope, there's none. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
K. Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knussbach Clardy. Honorable Amber Knussbach Clardy. Honorable Amber Knussbach Clardy did not vote. Honorable Herman
I'm
Daniels.
sorry, Delegate Crotty votes green. I apologize.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green. This is Daniel.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Clardy votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green, Chairman.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So does not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable
Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Otto So votes green.
With Honorable Otto So's vote, the vote is now 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, on Amendment 1, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the main motion on adopting the agenda. I do have
Speaker,
the lineup. Yes. Who's in speaker?
could you put me in a sheet pen? This is Edmund.
Yeah, I can put you in there. 21 in favor, 0 opposed. All right, who's in the lineup? That, moving on down. Oh, at Chairman Yazzie. That, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. On the main motion.
That was for my my legislation to be on the agenda. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes, 56 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay.
With the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I had sent a message to you and the Chief of Staff this morning, seeing if you could get in contact with Ms. Ghani from Doty. Was that able to take place? Were you able to get an affirmative response from her? I also reached out, but haven't received a response yet.
I'm sorry I didn't get that, but Ms. Yazzie just now clarified and she got that information. She's been trying to reach out to Ms. Ghani, but she has not been able to touch base with her.
In that case, then I won't make the motion to amend the agenda, but for my colleagues' information, Arizona State testing is going to be taking place in March, and I think it would be beneficial if the council and Doty could conduct town halls to solicit input from our parents and our students on whether they believe the state should be imposing that mandate on our students to be convening in congregate settings. With that said, Speaker, we'll take that up at the HES committee and we'll push for it today at full council, and I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. With the direction of yourself and Chairman almost later, we can have a follow-up meeting and talk about the town halls, virtual town halls in this case. Okay, with that, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Hello, Speaker.
Yes, thank you. We can't
Hello?
hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize for what I text you. It was just to let you know that I got kicked off the line and I was trying to get back on.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't to add my name to the queue. I apologize.
Okay, because they say you're requesting to speak. That's why we added you in.
No, I apologize. Thank you.
Okay. That, moving on down. Chairman Edmund Yazzie on the main motion.
Speaker,
and members of the council, everyone that's online, staff. I just have a question. I should have just done a question of privilege, but can I make the motion just to vote on all legislation, chapter house style, sir?
You would have to do a consent agenda, and that would be your motion.
Speaker.
Do a
Yes, sir.
consent
That'd be my
agenda.
motion. That'd be my motion, sir.
Chairman Yazi, you would have to make old business would still be by itself, but new business on the legislation amendment number 2, which you're recommending, would be a consent agenda for 0016-21, 0012-21, and 002-21. Is there a second for consent agenda on those 3 items?
Here.
Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times?
Second, Paolo So.
Honorable Otto So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the consent agenda on 0016-21, 0010-21, and 0002-21?
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. Can we confirm that all of these were posted on the proposed agenda?
All 3 of these were not proposed on the proposed agenda. All 3 of these are being added on today. Honorable Slater. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, on amendment number 2, consent agenda.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarification, that's 0016-21, 0010-21, and then what was the last one?
00.
I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve the rest of your time at 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So it's 0016-21, 0010-21, and then the final one is 0002-21. Those are the 3 items on the consent agenda. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Going once?
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Yes.
I apologize, Speaker. I know that Delegate Slater already asked this question, but are we doing 2 things at once? Are we adding these to the agenda and putting them on a consent agenda? Thank you.
Yes, we are. Oh, we already added them to the agenda within the Amendment 1. Amendment 2 is just put them into a consent agenda, Madam Chair. Charles Newton.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, your question.
Actually, it would be a point of privilege. I apologize, Speaker. Can we get the most updated agenda, what we just now voted on, because it makes it easier for me to read the title of the legislation, and that helps me to decide whether those legislations should be on the consent agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
006-21 is the legislation is originally asking for $34 million for the for the enterprises. 0010-21 is confirming the appointment of Belinda Cook Shirley as Director of Navajo Nation EPA Agency. And the last one is approving $4 million out of the UUFB for all 110 chapters for the Navajo Nation Summer Youth Employment. Those are the three items. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? If not, we'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So all three of them are eligible for the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yes.
I reserve my time.
Yes. Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 57 or 47 seconds.
Speaker, I waive the rest of my time.
Hey, that colleagues, any other comments, questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times for the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable
Green.
Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Or vote red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Green. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Vote green.
Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair
green.
votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, on amendment number 2, 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on amendment or on the agenda? Everybody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Hino, 4 minutes, 27 seconds on the main motion of the agenda.
Waive my time, Speaker.
Thank you. Oh, Eugene, so 4 minutes, 56 seconds.
Where's my time?
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else. The reserve time. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board, our second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, you have 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 was to add legislation 0016-21 to the agenda, 0010-21 to the agenda, 0002-21 to the agenda under new business. Amendment number 2 is to create a consent agenda to include legislation 0016-21, 0010-21, 0002-21. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, let's go to board. Let's vote.
Honorable Elmer Brigade.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Brigade votes green. Honorable Keelan Brigade Jr.
Delegate Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Gina Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, Joe, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Edmund Yazzie did not. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy
I vote
Yellowhair.
green. I vote
Honorable Jimmy
green.
Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting.
21.
21 in favor. Sorry, 21 in favor. 0 opposed and speaker not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, we do have an approved agenda before us. Moving on down, item number 4, reports. We have none. And then moving on down, item number 5, old business. Legislation 0006-21. Old business. Old business sponsors of 0006-21 is myself, Seth Amon. With that, colleagues, who was the one? Chairman Hinyo, you were on the tabling motion. You were holding the, virtual gavel at that time. I don't know if you want to take over again from here. Mr. Rico can do a recap.
So the Speaker David?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was doing something here, but okay, I'll be out.
All right, thank you very much. That, I'll turn it over to virtual gavel over to you. Rico and supposed to hear will takes you the information it needs be.
Agashina, with that, to the Speaker Damon, I'll take over the virtual gavel. Those from the 24th Nomination Council. We do have old business legislation 0006-21. Manuel, if you could give us a recap on that.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 006-21, an action related to the Budget and Finance Committee, Navigation Committee, and Navajo Nation Council amending Council Resolution CN-88-20, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Comprehensive Budget, sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. On January 28th, there was a motion to table legislation 0006-21 until the Office of Management and Budget Review is completed and a justification memorandum addressing the replenishment of line item vetoed executive branch programs is provided by the Office of the President and Vice President. Legislation shall be brought back to the Navajo Nation Council no later than February 12th, 2021. That motion was made by Honorable Daniel E. So, second by Honorable Otto So, with a vote of 20 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker Pro Tem Henyo not voting. There are two committee reports, one from the Budget and Finance Committee, one from Navajo, which both recommended it move forward to with no amendments. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Good shake here along for that reading. So, Sunanta, 24th Navajo Nation Council, we do have this item that's to be tabled. I'll need a motion to take it off the table.
Second
by Charles Newton.
Sunanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Motions to take this item off the table. Second by Sunanta, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. With that, committee members, any questions on this motion? Second. Benita, I'm not hearing no comments. So with that, let's go to the board vote to take this off the table.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Dr. Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knarsbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knarsbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knarsbach-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knarsbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knarsbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knarsbach-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem.
The shooter with that 19 In favor, 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Motion carries. So now we are back on record with 0006-21. Although Chile Speaker Damon is here with us, so I'll have him introduce his legislation back to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Chile, I believe you have 5 minutes to recap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, everybody listening in too as well. I bring to you again the legislation 006-21. It's the legislation that is making an amendment to the overall comprehensive budget for fiscal year 2021. In this, in the original legislation, as you can tell, in the heading, there's an amount of $1,514,536 that we're asking back. That was line item vetoed by the Navajo Nation president. And that was done again back when we got the budget from the OPVP on December 10th, 2020. Through that process, we have worked together with the president to come to an agreement. The Navajo Nation Council would be receiving $521,153. Budget and Finance Committee would be receiving $42,345. Office of the Speaker would be receiving $551,038. Office of Legislative Counsel would get $220,000, and the Election Administration would get $180,000. That equals that total amount of $1,514,536. The reason why this was tabled, colleagues, was that there was an amendment that was being created for the second portion of the dollars that was line item vetoed, and that was the total amount of funding that was line item vetoed out of the personnel lapse fund. And in that money, in that fund was $9,236,554. Since then, there was a memo that stated that that personnel lapse dollars was transferred over into the UUFB, and the amendment request was adding that added that $9,236,549. The legislative branch would be receiving $1,050,457, and the executive branch would be receiving $8,186,092. In this, colleagues, that amendment is ready, and that amendment, if you go to it, just as a recap, there would be giving a total amount of $483,615 back to the Navajo Nation Legislative Departments, and $566,842 to the Navkiatik Committee. On the executive side, there's a total amount of $5,089,877 that would be given to Division of Community Development, Department of Health, Washington, D.C. office, Division of Human Resources, Division of Natural Resources, Division of General Services, Office of Attorney General, Navajo Department of Transportation, and Division of Public Safety for their special duty pay. Also included that would be additional dollars to Daltex, Washington, D.C. office, fulfilling the Division of Community Development's obligation to fund the chapter stipends, purchasing the census building for $330,000, additional funds to the Tax Commission, OMB, and the Office of the President, Vice President for an additional $3,096,215. So, colleagues, if you can see, there was an amendment that needs to be done. Amendment 1 would first correct the budget that on the original 1.5 million that OMB suggested. And then the second would be adding in that $9.2 million that'd be going to the legislative executive branch. That amendment, thank you again, colleagues, for allowing us to work for the past couple of weeks to clarify that and making sure that that information is back and given to you correctly on the amendment process. We do have memos from the controller and memos from OMB on that too as well. And the additional amendments that's coming forth too, as you can tell, as I did state yesterday, was OMB, our OOC, Office of the Controller, is also looking to add on $1,871,934. The Veterans Administration is asking for $820,760, and the LDA program is asking $188,723. That, colleagues, I successfully hope we can bring this legislation to approval today. So I yield back to the floor. Mr. Chair, I stand for questions.
Speaker Damon. With that, committee members, we do a recap as the main motion is being held by Chairman Rick Nez. The second is being held by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So with that, the floor is open. I believe we did have the lineup as well for the reserve time, and I'll be waiting for that from the staff here as far as who's in the queue next to speak. Manuel or Julissa, who's next on the queue?
Good morning, Speaker Pro Tem.
Yes.
In the lineup, I have Otto So with 5 minutes, Eugene So with 5 minutes, and Elmer Begay with 5 minutes, and Daniel So, you have no time, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Kashina, with that, Che, Delegate Otto So, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon or morning. I'm gonna reserve my time, and I think I'm trying to figure out where was I at when we recessed. So reserve my time.
Otto So reserves his time at 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
Kashina Che, Shinanda, reserve time at 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Next down the list is Shinanda. Delegate Eugene So.
Sure, reserve my time.
Kashina, reserve time at where?
4:57.
4:57. 4 minutes and 57 seconds, Shinanda, on reserve time. The next down the list, Gay, Shinanda. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. You have 5 minutes.
Pro Tem Speaker, can you hear me?
Oh,
can you hear me? Pro Tem Speaker, then I don't had for volunteering and getting to be on Pro Temp. Because there's a few of you that I know, Delegate Sasaniki, you're always available to help Speaker for as a Pro Temp for young Good morning. I don't know if I had on this morning for bringing this legislation to Navajo Nation Council, and this is for all the people chapters now Andonle plus all the relatives and constituents that we have. Based on Lingico, you bring this up again, and not all the members of that Navajo Nation Council though. Listen to that though. So I'd like to offer amendment to this legislation, Speaker. So I believe Kristen has that the amendment. I'm not sure if she has it ready, but this is pertaining to Can I ask her if she has it? So we can share it to the council, then I can speak upon it again. Or save my time, Pro-Tem Speaker.
Commissioner, reserve time at
3 minutes and 4 seconds.
3 minutes and 4 seconds. So with this, Ms. Kristen Lowe, are you on the line with us?
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Kristen. I am on the line. Thank you. That amendment for Delegate Begay is nowhere near ready. I had misunderstood his request from yesterday, and I prepared it for inclusion in a different legislation. So I am still working on the memo for the Office of the Controller, just to let everybody know where I'm at in terms of amendments. I have the amendment for the Office of the Controller that I'm currently drafting. I have received budgets for veterans, LDA program, judicial, and also Mr. Begay's John Draw Power Line project. So 1, 2, 3, 4, I still have 5 amendments that are in the drafting stages, Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, with that, thank you for that information. And so how much time would you need to complete the drafting of all the amendment requests that you have?
So the Amendment 1 that Speaker Damon referenced is more or less ready to go. The only thing that I am waiting on is a memo from OOC. I have sent the document, the amendment document, over to amendments and to the advisors, but there is just a blank space for the memo date from OOC that we have not received yet. I haven't received it. If somebody has it, great. We can put that information right into that amendment, and then council can go and talk about that. That is a very voluminous amendment. There might be a lot of discussion on that. There might be amendments within that amendment. So, I mean, I'd hate to say I need an hour to put all this together and then delay the discussion that you could have on Amendment 1, which may be ready to go. I'm calling it Amendment 1 just because that's what was referenced on the document that I received, but it's obviously whatever amendment is made first is Amendment 1. So I hope that's clear, Speaker Pro Tem.
Question and privilege,
Okay.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, with that explanation, we do have the question and privilege. Chairwoman Charles Newton.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Speaker Pro Tem. My question is, obviously, are a few amendments that have to be made to this budget. Is it possible to put all of those amendments in just, or all of those requests to one amendment? Speaker Damon is aware and has stated on the record that these would be coming through with judicial and also with controller and with veterans. So is it possible to just put that all on one and present it as Amendment 1, which I think would actually help Office of Legislative Counsel? And again, the sponsor is aware of this. Is that something that can be done, Speaker Pro Tem? Thank you. That was a question of privilege, right?
Okay,
thank you.
Back to Legislative Counsel. Ms. Lowell, or was that possible to do, just to do it all in one big amendment?
Speaker Pro Tem. It's possible to do, but what I don't have for all of the amendments, so I've gotten budgets from, like I said, judicial and veterans and the LDA program, but those budgets haven't been reviewed by OOC and OMB. At least I don't have the information that reflects that. So what you have going on in this legislation is a situation where it was initially drafted to be an amendment to the comprehensive budget. you'll recall that President Nez line item vetoed certain expenditures. And then we also had the money that was appropriated from the personnel lapse fund. There were line item vetoes out of that. So what we did is the controller said, okay, that money that was in the personnel lapse fund, now it's going to flow down to the UUFB. So now that is sitting in the UUFB. So once it's in the UUFB, we're taking something that was originally amending the comprehensive budget and we're layering on. So now we're, one, amending the comprehensive budget. Two, we're doing supplemental appropriations. So I had to do amendments. The big amendment that you'll see has language in about supplemental appropriations from the UUFB. You'll recall that when we do supplemental appropriations, the code provides that we need a budget impact analysis from OMB and a memo from the Office of the Controller indicating how much is in the fund and also telling us whether the costs are recurring, non-recurring. I have the OMB memo for the first part, the part that was line item vetoed from the personnel lapse fund that's now sitting in the UUFB. What I don't have is a review of the budgets from OMB on the Office of the Controller request, the Veterans request, the LDA request, judicial, and Mr. Begay's John Draw power line project. So those, there's going to be a delay. I mean, I don't know where OMB and OOC is at with reviewing those budgets. And so, yes, you can certainly do one amendment. The question is, will it help me? I don't know that it'll help us, depending on how long it's going to take OMB and OOC to get those documents. If it's something that they have a situation where they can do them and get one out, then we can stack the amendments, so kind of like train cars following each other. But right now, that's the best information I have, Speaker Pro Tem, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Speaker
Damon, for that explanation, and I believe to the question of privilege you gave, it could be done, but then again, there are delays that are factoring into this process, which is OMB and OOC as far as the necessary documents that need to be included as part of the amendment. So right now, I believe we just do have amendment number 1 that's ready for presentation if the council decides to move forward with that. So therefore, moving down the line in the queue, after Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, who's next on the line?
Back to reserve time.
Okay, reserve time. Kashina, reserve time is
Auto so 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
okay. Shananta, Delegate Odo So, 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
Thank you very much. Is that amendment number 1 ready? I will entertain that, and that will be my motion. Reserve my time. I don't know if my age is on the line, so thank you.
Okay, with that now, Manuel, Mr. Rico, is amendment number 1 ready for presentation?
Speaker Pro Tem, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment number 1, replace budget forms 1 for the following programs in Exhibit A with new budget forms 1. Navajo Nation Council, Budget and Finance Committee, Office of the Speaker, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Elections Administration Office. 2, page 1, line 15, insert new language as follows. After comprehensive budget, insert semicolon, underscore, semicolon, approving a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $9,236,549 to fund Navajo Nation government operations, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J, and underscore. 3, page 2, line 30, insert new paragraph C as follows. New paragraph C underscore C. The Navajo Nation approves the supplemental appropriation delineated below from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $9,236,549. 1, to the legislative branch in the amount of $1,050,457 as indicated in Exhibit B and paragraphs A through F below. A, Office of Navajo Government Development, Business Unit Number 101016 in the amount of $69,432. B, Office of Legislative Counsel, Business Unit Number 101017 in the amount of $165,522. C, Office of the Auditor General, Business Unit Number 101024 in the amount of $200,000. D, Human Rights Commission, Business Unit Number 101029 in the amount of $47,771. E, Office of Ethics and Rules, Business Unit Number 101020 in the amount of $890. And F, Nabakeetic Committee, Business Unit Number 101033 in the amount of $566,842. 2, to the Executive Branch in the amount of $8,186,092 as indicated in Exhibit C and paragraphs A through U below. A, Division of Community Development, ASC, Business Unit Number 108125 in the amount of $438,371. B, Department of Health, Business Unit Number 113001 in the amount of $750,000. C, Navajo Nation Washington Office, Business Unit Number 103002 in the amount of $17,662. D, Division of General Services, Business Unit Number 112001 in the amount of $175,000. E, the DOJ Office of the Attorney General, Business Unit Number 104001 in the amount of $250,000. F, Division of Public Safety, Business Unit Number 116018 in the amount of $2,523,274. G, Navajo Police Department Admin, Business Unit Number New in the amount of $330,000. H, Navajo Nation Chapter Stipend, Business Unit Number 108014 to 108123 in the amount of $770,985. I, Office of the President and Vice President, Business Unit Number 103001 in the amount of $579,362. J, Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, Business Unit Number 106001 in the amount of $106,588. K, Office of Management and Budget, Business Unit Number 105001 in the amount of $68,120. L, Division of Natural Resources, Admin, Business Unit Number 115001 in the amount of $133,747. M, Division of Natural Resources, Forestry, Business Unit Number 115023 in the amount of $44,764. In Division of Natural Resources, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Business Unit Number 115025 in the amount of $75,263. O, Division of Natural Resources, Animal Control Program, Business Unit 115026 in the amount of $47,401. P, Division of Natural Resources Enforcement, Business Unit Number 115027 in the amount of $283,516. Q, Division of Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation, Business Unit 915001 in the amount of $33,015. R, Navajo Nation Washington Office, Business Unit 103002 in the amount of $264,630. S, Daltex Admin, Business Unit Number 113010 in the amount of $75,433. T, Daltex Tuba City, Business Unit Number 113014 in the amount of $228,390. U, Daltex Crown Point, Business Unit Number 113013 in the amount of $166,250. V. Daltex Chinle, business unit number 113011, in the amount of $231,375. W. Daltex Fort Defiance, business unit number 113012, in the amount of $177,175. X. Daltex Shiprock, business unit number 113015, in the amount of $98,495. Y. Navajo Division of Transportation, Department of Roads, business unit number 121004, in the amount of $130,000. Z. Division of Human Resources, DHR Administration, business unit number 114001, in the amount of $53,209. AA. DHR TV and Film, business unit number 114003, in the amount of $7,397. AB. DHR Navajo Labor Relations, business unit number 114001, in the amount of $7,397. AC. DHR Staff Development and Training, business unit number 114006, in the amount of $7,397. AD Navajo Occupational Health and Safety, business unit number 114007, in the amount of $7,397. AE Department of Personnel Management, business unit number 114009, in the amount of $7,397. AF Workforce Development, business unit number 114010, in the amount of $7,397. AG Office of Background Investigation, business unit number 114018, in the amount of $7,907. AH Department of Retirement Services, business unit number new, in the amount of $7,397. AI Office of Vital Statistics, business unit number new, in the amount of $7,397. And AJ Department of Child Support Services, business unit number new, in the amount of $7,397. 4 and underscore 4, page 2, line 18, insert new language as follows. After Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 budget, insert new language, underscore N, approving a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $9,236,549, and underscore 5, add memo from OOC dated February XX 2021 as February 12th, 2021 as new Exhibit D, and memo from OMB dated January 29th, 2021 as new Exhibit E. Insert new section 6, insert new section as follows. New section 5 underscore section 5, directed to programs and departments. All programs and departments are directed to provide updated budget documents to the Office of Management and Budget, Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Legislative Services, consistent with the amendments made in this resolution for expeditious implementation of the amendment to Council Resolution CN-88-20, and underscore 7. Insert new section 6 as follows. New section 6 underscore section 6, waiving 12 NNC section 820 E, F, and J to the extent these provisions prevent the unreserved undesignated fund balance to be used to fund recurring expenditures. The Navajo Nation Council hereby waives 12 NNC section 820 E, F, and J, and up to allow UUFB funds to be used for recurring expenditures, and underscore 8. The Office of Management and Budget, Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative totals in this resolution conform to the amendments made at the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. 9. Renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you enough for that reading, Mr. Rico. For that, Trey, Delegate Odo Stowe, Shinandai, he has a motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second, Shinandai?
Point of privilege, Delegate Cross.
Okay, before I recognize the point of privilege, Delegate Eugene So seconds that motion out of point of privilege, and Delegate Amber Kinas Bakrati.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. According to our rules, when a delegate raises a point of privilege, that's to be immediately recognized and the issue to be resolved. I want to raise not only that this council is moving beyond the scope of our rules, but now we have an amendment here, a $9.2 million amendment with no supporting documents. I'd like to request the budget forms for all of the amendments that are being made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that point. Privilege, back to you, Mr. Rico. Mr. Rico, do we have the budget forms for all these amendments?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we do have the budget forms. I did send out a draft amendment, and I can resend that one. We'll just have to coordinate with Legislative Council to ensure that the budget forms are still the same. But I can send that out, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, yes, Mr. Rico, if you could send that out, because I was looking at the email here. It's just the Word documents, and the budget forms are key to this decision-making process. How soon would that be?
Give me about 5 minutes and I can send those budgets out.
Okay, thank you for that. Delegate American Friday for raising that point of privilege. From there on, I'll recognize the second. Delegate Eugene So seconds this motion. So today we do are an amendment number 1. Motion held by Delegate Odo So, and second by Delegate Eugene So. So with that, committee members, 24th Navajo Council. Any questions or comments on amendment number 1? Do we have anybody in the queue, Julissa?
Pro Tem, sir. Eugene, so.
Speaker Pro Tem?
Yes. If there's nobody in the queue at the present time, then I'll recognize Shananta. I'll get Eugene So.
On this Veterans Administration Affairs, the controller at that on HR Sati is a different amendment. Thank you. That's a question.
The question is Shananta. I'll get Eugene So. Oh, Asaki.
Okay, thank you.
Separate amendment because budget forms are not ready yet. Kushina, let's see who's. I believe we do have a queue lineup now. Julissa just text me a lineup. Shananta, they'll get American Bakari. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. I'm going to reserve my time until I receive the documents. I don't think this amendment is in order. Thank you.
Kushina, and yeah, reserve time that 4 minutes and
4:55.
4 minutes and 55 seconds. Reserve time.
Pro Temp Speaker.
Okay, Julissa, is there anybody else on the queue before I recognize Delegate Edmund Yazi?
Good ears, sir.
No.
Okay, Shanda, Delegate Edmund Yazi, you have the floor.
Pro Temp Chair and members of the council, on this legislation, we always say that, working out the details with the staff across the street, the president's office, executive, chief of staff, it looks like we're not seeing eye to eye, and again, we're adding on a lot of items on this bill. So we've done this before, until we get everything organized and in place, then, should go before the session. And so with that, I like to make the motion to table until we get everything in order, sir. And if not, then we're just going to be adding on, and, and it's going to really interfere with the main intent of the bill. So I'd like to make that motion. If not, then, I guess we'll go ahead and just keep adding on. So that would be my motion. Pro Temp Chair, reserve my time. Sir.
Okay, Shenandoah, they'll get Ibn Yasi. A reserve time at
3 minutes, 56 seconds.
3 minutes and 56 seconds. And there is a motion on the floor to table this resolution 0006-21. And with that, seeking a guidance from Legislative Council, this has been tabled once. We took it back off, and we're on this legislation again, table it again. What are the consequences, Legislative Council?
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Under your rules, if it is tabled twice at council, it will be permanently eliminated from the agenda. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you for that. So,
Pro Tem Chair.
24th Nomination Council and Shenandoah Delegate Ibn Yazid.
Well, Pro Temp Chair, members of the council, well, in that case, I'll just go ahead and withdraw my motion, sir, okay? I'll be back on mute.
Gashina, with that, the motion to table has been withdrawn. So is there anybody else on amendment number 1 in the queue?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Shenandoah Delegate Herman Daniels Jr., you have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Pro Tem Chair, Pro Tem Speaker. I think what about my case, I don't know when to say it. About dates indicate what everything is not in order. So for the table is not that, but withdraw names. So that I'm going to make a motion to reset here for maybe 30 minutes to get everything in order. Mr. Chair, Speaker, Pro Tem Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
Gashina, reserve time at
4 minutes and 30 seconds.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, Herman Daniels Jr. So that there is a motion to recess for 30 minutes to get all the documents in order. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair seconds the motion to recess for 30 minutes. And if we do prevail, we should be back in on record at 12:20. But we'll call for the question. Linda, if you would lead us on the vote. Is there any questions or comments first from the 24th Nomination Council on motion to recess?
Mr. Chair, Speaker Damon.
Yes, Linda. Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. The budget forms were sent out, and the documents that are needed were sent out. Mr. Rico stated he just sent those out. So I think that Madam Chair Amber Crotty's question that opened up the dialogue about not having the budget forms, those budget forms for all these preliminary, not only the amended documents, but also for the $9.2 million supplemental additional dollars, all those budget forms have been sent out, including the OMB impact analysis statement and including the controller's memo. I yield back to the floor.
Speaker David. With that, committee, 24th Nomination Council, we do have a motion to recess, and there is a second. And explanation to the Speaker Damon.
Your house number and postcode.
Shenandoah Delegate Yellow Hair, can you mute your phone, please? With that, we'll call for the question.
Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate Vice Chair Smith.
Shenandoah, Delegate Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Can you see it on?
Shenandoah. Ashkora. Did I not table Yado table not on me to Bohan Sana. Go open this case recess Bonnie Krego. Did that Josh el Meta Josh el Yago Enta at a band the chateau and the Chenai kid. Yo, they turn out sauce. A minute told me, Ashnanda, we call. Oh, Kadigi at Agit 001621, legislative budget. A 100 for Stoven, that's a happen to teacher. Sagi a hab writer Nahaliniki a amendment. A asata. A legislation for those they committees, budget and finance, those Nabikia Tido, Navajo Nation Council. A but that also. A have a job be the dot, a go, neither kiddo, but not a be ados, if they not again. He taught us nearly. I let out, that's hilo, that. Now going along, that's smart. A shortish and that on a Senegi did 006121. I would a and the deal for Benaniki, Navajo Nation Council, but budget a settled like other because a Sagi, President Yoke Hadigi, a she born it, so legislation is that he should the dollar was open that a ain't he nanish nana dollar. A what I want this case and I reserve the rest of my time.
Gashina, reserve time on motion to recess as at
3:13.
3 minutes and 13 seconds. So that, are any questions or comments on the motion to recess for 30 minutes? Back to you, Nanta, Vice Chair Smith. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the motion to recess.
Negotiation and other each other. She don't have a this to Bakodanos and recess. Ari, that's what recess month, and he that's what Ari Yanani J. Not so, but not that they know either. Either. Could the odd general case knows yet eto. Of course, she don't want this case. The Kadigi I don't being after the Bikia Tido Council. It does it so it's been out with that. Sagi she done legislation cut. Bedo Kisto a Bedo, although be Ados into a 5-day comment period, a bit be thought so. For each bit that skink. Call it Inca, Chinanda, go a this. Reserve my time if I need it, Pro Temp.
Reserve time at
2:44.
2 minutes and 44 seconds, Shinanta. You can send that back on to the floor. Any other comments on the motion to recess? Benita, so back to reserve time.
Speaker Pro Tem. Speaker Pro Tem.
Yes. No, Shinanta. Chairman Daniel, so.
Couldn't you use Speaker's authority just to call for a recess rather than going for this vote?
Chairman Daniel, so that is an option I have too also, but I felt that we need to give the Council, 24th Navajo Council, a chance to speak on the recess motion because there were some issues that surfaced now, so I decided to go this route, Che.
Okay, Aviva.
Kushina. Reserve time Shananta, Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Negotiate lab pro temp. She quit it all this. The cat.
With that, nobody else on the queue on the motion to recess, motion and second case for 30 minutes.
Pro temp chair.
Shananta, Delegate Eugene, so.
Since we've just been talking again for a while, make it to 12:30.
The clock will start ticking when we complete the vote behind his logo, and the 30 minutes will start from there, Shananta. So it's almost 12, so actually, okay. Okay, with that, if there's nobody else in the queue on the motion to recess, Linda, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knisbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knisbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Janelle Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Janelle Halona votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Okay. Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I'll vote green, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of Honorable Vince James via text vote green.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. That, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 13 in favor and 9 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
With that vote tally of 13 in favor and 9 opposed, motion carries to recess for 30 minutes. It is 12:02 p.m. We will come back on record at 12:32 p.m.
Hello? Is anybody on the line?
Yes, Shania, this is Amber. I just stayed on the line. So it's just you and I so far.
Oh, okay. You got that shit, Deja. Good to hear you, though.
She still stayed on the line. Don't get the gay off.
So I only got the 110 out of the 261. Did anybody get all the way to 261?
Not yet. This delegate again.
Okay. Okay, I just need to make sure that we're all, I'm on average here, just trying to get through these. Thank you.
Okay, this is Speaker Damon. I missed something. What's 261 now?
Speaker Damon, that's the number of pages in this amendment, 261.
Well, we're still here, colleagues. Whoever's on the line, I just want to talk real quick. When we get back in session, I'm going to ask that this legislation gets referred back to Navajo Committee. I don't want to present a legislation that's not a good legislation. I know better than that, and it's kind of tough when we're ready on the legislative branch side, you know, but I'm still waiting and waiting and waiting for other departments in order for us to get things together. So I don't want to push a legislation that's going to have appropriate amendments, that's needed amendments. And I just want to state that, colleagues, that while we're just still in recess, I really thought about this, and I am sorry that this legislation is not prepared. And we tried and we tried. We had 2 weeks, but unfortunately, that's my push to get this completed is still lagging with the assistance, not only on the executive side, but these last minute documents. And we just got veterans documents that were delivered over to us yesterday. and they still need to be reviewed and fixed. There's no way that those budgets are going to be ready today for an amendment. So I just want to state that, and there's numerous different mistakes that need to be made still, and I don't want to push that. And as a former Budget and Finance Committee chairman, I think I learned well that I need to make sure that there's proper documents that are needed in order for us to put a comprehensive legislation together. So thank you, colleagues.
Motion.
I agree, Speaker. Appreciate the frankness. I see. And again, we're trying to help. We're trying to legislate to put monies back into executive budget. And it's unfortunate that we aren't getting an all-out effort from the executive branch. It would benefit them greatly. So I appreciate the frankness and thank you to Tille, Otto, the folks that are on the line.
Yeah, Speaker. Everybody needs to throw them work, I reckon.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with that, and Mr. Delegate, and then also my son too, Daniel Soul, that speak to on you. So thank you for that.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair. I know we're waiting for Chairman Hino to call the meeting back into session. So we're still on recess.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got on when you were talking about the documents and how they haven't been submitted. So I think it really is unfortunate that these types of games are being played, and ultimately it's our Navajo people who are affected because the money that these programs are asking for are associated many times with the services that are being provided out there. So it is really unfortunate, but I think that at this point, I feel like, it doesn't surprise me because I think we've seen this in the past with other divisions and other departments that are requesting funds where the people who are supposed to be signing off on that, are not signing off on it. So I guess my question is, what options do we have at this point? Because once we get on the call, I think that, somebody is going to have to make a motion, or somebody is going to have to recommend what the next steps are going to be, or is the option, are we just going to go forward with what you have in the budget and just make the statement that we're sorry that, things are not moving at executive branch, but we do have to move this budget forward. What options are there? Thanks, Speaker.
Well, while we're still in recess right now, colleagues, as you know, this legislation 006-21 has been tabled once before, and the only option to continue it moving forward and still hoping to fix this legislation down the road is that no matter what, if we if we continue with the option and vote this legislation down, or that's one option. We'd still have to recreate it and go through the process and go through the regular 5-day comment period and move forward from there. The other option that's available for the for the council today is to refer this legislation back and refer this legislation back to NABC committee. And that will give some more time to the executive branch for them to do their process and finalizing and correcting their budgets. And then also making sure that those documents are properly secure. But again, there's been 2 weeks that have been pushed forth since this last legislation was at council. So I'm hoping if there's another 2 weeks that the executive branch can fulfill their options. And what we could do this is refer this back to the next NABC committee meeting, and that will be on the 25th. And then hopefully, I think in its due session, we would have to have another special session probably immediately after that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. But those are your two options, as I see at this point, is one, continuously moving this forward, but it still needs some time, and I wouldn't want to do that at this time. Second is just to refer this back to NABC committee. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon.
Speaker. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
I'm back online. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chairman, we were just talking in recess.
Okay, I'm back online. I finally got signal here. So let's call this meeting back to order, the special session of the Navajo Nation Council. And I believe let's do a roll call to establish a quorum. Linda?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Present, I'm here.
Honorable Elmer Begay, answered roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan is present. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Sherbrooke, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canisbah-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbah-Crotty, Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canisbah-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good afternoon, I'm present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Panal Halona.
Delegate Halona is present. Thank you.
Honorable Panal Halona answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Texas, Northern Arizona. Here.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edwin Yagi. Honorable Edwin Yagi. Honorable Edwin Yagi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer the roll call. Honorable Edwin Yagi answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll
Hello,
call.
Nathaniel
Honorable
Brown
Mark
is
Freeland.
present.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Jamie Henry.
Rick Nez is present. I've been trying to say here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair's
Honorable
present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. With that, Speaker Pro Tem, you had 22 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you for that roll call.
Present.
So we do have 23. Somebody answered late.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, that was the Honorable Carl Slater to answer roll call too. So with that, we included Mr. Slater as well too. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, we do have 23 present. Thank you for that roll call. So we are back in order. And with that, you are on amendment number 1. And so with that amendment number 1, motion held by Delegate Odoso and second by Delegate Eugene. So that going back on record though. So here we have the lineup of speakers to amendment number 1. We have who's next? Who's the key?
Speaker Pro Tem, Delegate Daniel So.
Pro Tem, can you give back to the sponsor yet before you go to Daniel?
Okay, let me go back to Celeste, Speaker Damon, back to the sponsor for a small recap, and then I'll go back to the floor. Celeste, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. First of all, I want to state on the record right now that I did state that earlier that to meet Madam Chair Amber Crotty's request that all the correct budgets are sent out. Unfortunately, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker and sponsor of the amendment, Honorable Otto So, and to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, I was wrong. There have been new budgets submitted that I did not know about that was going for the amendment regarding Division of Natural Resources, changes in Daltex, and changes in the Office of President and Vice President's budgets. Now with that, those changes, those documents have not been reviewed by Office of Management and Budget, nor have the impact analysis statement been done on those new budget documents. due to that fact that those documents will not be sufficient in order to meet the code of meeting the budget impact analysis statement. And because of that, in order for us to continue on the dialogue, I'd ask Honorable Otto So to withdraw this amendment at this time. And I'd ultimately ask my colleagues with the most undue respect and to state that I am sorry to have wasted the council's time today in bringing this legislation back. But unfortunately, this legislation, as a former Budget and Finance Committee chairman, it's my due process that I learned in order to follow the code and the procedures that are set in place by our leadership and proved in Title II. And unfortunately, that is not going to be met here today, no matter how far we continue down the dialogue. So with that, I'm asking my colleagues to refer this entire legislation in order for it to stay afloat, to refer this legislation back to the NABKEATIC committee. That's my motion, and I respectfully, again, colleagues, I again am sorry for wasting the council's time, for bringing this legislation back in order for us to do the due diligent process that we need. I'm just worried about these services that are needed for our people in order for them to get the best benefits possible. So thank you very much for that. I yield back.
Christina, again, to the Speaker Damon for that recap and request. So with that request, Chair, Bill so you're holding a motion to amendment number 1. AD, I'll defer back to you, requesting you to withdraw your motion. Chair later.
Chair, Pro Temp, I will withdraw my motion on this amendment. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Christina, with that, motion has been withdrawn on amendment number 1. Though with that, Shananta, Delegate Eugene, so you're holding the second. Ashbiga.
Oh, Biga.
Christina, with that, for the record, motion to add amendment number 1 has been withdrawn by sponsor Delegate Odoso and by the second party, Delegate Eugene. So with that, we are back on the main motion, Shananta. On the main motion, I believe we do have some, we don't have any new players that I see. Daniel, Che. Daniel,
Che. Speaker Pro Tem, Otto Satsile, Speaker Seth Damon, Otto, distinguished members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. In viewing and listening to sponsor Otto, one of the other items is we haven't really reviewed the veterans budget that they submitted. And so in that respect, I'd like to motion to refer this back to the NABKEATIC committee so that these final documents can be reviewed by all and the due diligence that needs to happen with Office of Legislative Counsel, and with just the fact that the sponsor also really needs to take a good look at the whole budget package, even that's without a motion is lately. Thank you. And to come back to Navi on the 25th.
Second the motion, Eugene. So.
Okay. With that, Chache, Chairman Daniel So Kado, I just received a message here that on the main motion again, you have no time. I'm so sorry, Chache Kado. It's on the board. I'm in chambers. I barely got chambers off.
looking at the board that was on amendment number 1, you wanted to speak on that, Leila. So I wouldn't want to get out of order. So for the record, Che, you have no time remaining. So I apologize for calling upon you, but the floor is still open. Is there anybody in the queue?
Delegate Charles Newton.
Kedalia. Okay, Kedalia Shinanta. Delegate Key Allen, Brigade Junior, Che Ada.
Speaker Adoshnanta, Kedonia, prime sponsor of the legislation, Che, Speaker Damon had indicated that there needs additional timing and work to be done on this particular legislation, and to further disrupt the process, maybe refer this back to the Navajo committee. So that will be my motion, Pro Tem Speaker.
Okay, order. With that, we're back in order. So there's a motion by Shinanta, Delegate KL Brigade Jr. to refer legislation 0006-21 back to Navajo committee. And there is a second by Delegate Pernell Halona. So that, committee members, any questions or comments on referral back to Navajo here?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Shinanta, Chairwoman Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and colleagues. I just want to state for the record that it is really, really unfortunate that these types of games are being played right now. We have people who are suffering through this pandemic, services that are being affected because the president chose to exercise the line item veto, which in my opinion, I think he is abusing. And this is a prime example of that type of abuse. Because
point of order, Pro Tem Speaker. Point of order. Who is this?
Chair, Pro Tem Chair, we're starting to debate the legislation. We just need to go ahead and accept what the sponsor had said and go back into recess. I mean, not recess, but refer this back to NABI, sir.
Get on for that point of order. And I believe with you, I did get a message here that referral motions are non-debatable. So with that, we'll do a roll call vote. Linda, if you would lead us in a roll call vote for referral motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green. Can you hear me?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lord votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate
vote. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, agree.
Honorable Paul Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Hotel, please. Go ahead.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Monica. Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edson Miyagi.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edson Miyagi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about green, yellow hair?
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Dr. Sheikh Yadlan for that roll call vote. And the vote tally is 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem not voting. This legislation is being referred back to Nabakia committee. So with that, could I hand the virtual gavel back over to Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henio. And again, thank you, colleagues, for that understanding. With that, colleagues, we are on our agenda. We are going to new business. Item number A, consent agenda. Legislation 002-21, 0010-21, and 0016-21. Mr. Rico, if you can read them into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, consent agenda consists of legislation 002-21, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, and Nabakiete Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $4 million for the 110 Navajo Nation Chapter Summer Youth Employment Programs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Legislation 0010-21, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, the Nabakiete Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Valinda Cook Shirley as Director of the Navajo Nation Environment Protection Agency, sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Legislation 0016-21, an action relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Nabakiete Committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving a supplemental appropriation from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $34,193,514 to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, and Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act, sponsored by Honorable Jamie Henios, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's go to board on those three legislations.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Oh, yes, Madam Chair, Amber Carty. Point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'd like to ask for where we can find the rules that govern the consent agenda. I'm looking at Title II, Section 163, Paragraph B. And so I'm looking at in terms of debate or questioning of the items on the consent agenda. I'd like to ask questions on the legislations, and it looks like there's an amendment needed for these legislation to be in order. Thank you, Speaker. If I could get that, question clarified, thank you.
Just to answer your question, Madam Chair and Bacardi, at the time when approving the consent agenda, if there was any recommendations for amendments, the whole point of the consent agenda was to move these legislations along. There was nobody that raised an issue at that time, and nobody stated that anything needed to be amended. And that's the reason why it was debated, and there was nobody who brought up any issues. So no one stated that 002, 0010, or 0016 they wanted to have those removed from the consent agenda for particular items like debate or amendments. And that's the way that there was a motion and the second, and that's the way it was approved and then ultimately adopted on the agenda this morning. But I can go ahead and go back to Office of Legislative Counsel for further clarification. Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bogroff. I do believe that there was a technical amendment needed to 0016, and I'm going to ask Ms. Lowell if she wants to add to this, but that there was a technical amendment needed to 0016-21, and it was just to take the waiver language out of the title. We had discussions whether that could be accomplished without just under Legislative Council's authority and OLS's, and I recommended it actually be done through council. Also on 002-21, I think we needed to switch out the controller or add, I can't remember which, the controller and OMB memo. Thank you, Speaker. The other thing that I do want to point out is that you have 3 legislations. One of them on the consent agenda, one needs a 2/3 vote, and that would be 0002, and that is because waivers were required. And because of that, because you have one legislation on the consent agenda that needs a 2/3 vote, then to pass the consent agenda, you're going to need a 2/3 vote. Thank you, Speaker. I hope that was helpful. Ms. Lowell, Kristen, do you have anything to add?
Hi, this is Kristen. I have nothing else to add. It's the issue with 0016 is just adjusting the title to reflect the amendment that was made. Thank you.
So that's it, Speaker. Thank you.
And my last question is referred to the debate question. My understanding, there's no debate on a consent agenda. We just go straight to the vote. Can you clarify that, Office of Legislative Counsel?
Yes, Speaker, you go straight to the vote. The consent requirements are laid out in NNC 163 B. Oh, excuse me. Okay, yeah. And what it says, the agenda shall allow for inclusion of a consent schedule, which is a listing of resolutions which will likely be approved by unanimous consent of the delegates in attendance. This consent schedule shall be developed by the speaker upon request by any delegate. An item on the consent schedule shall be moved to the regular schedule on the agenda. The speaker shall move any item on the consented schedule which receives more than 5 minutes of debate or questioning to the regular schedule of the agenda. I'm confused by that last sentence, but if there are more than 5 minutes of debate actually on the consent items, they need to be moved. Thank you, Speaker.
What do you mean? So there can be a debate on the consent agenda?
Speaker, can you give me just a second? I want to consult with Ms. Lowell and Ms. Khan, and I need to walk down a long hallway to do that.
Right.
Give me just a moment, please.
Thank you. Can have a debate up to 5 minutes if we have a further debate after 5 minutes.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman Daniel So.
Okay.
Well, hold on, Chairman.
Question of privilege.
Okay, great question of privilege, because I don't want us to get authorization yet, because I'm under this. I have never heard of a debate on a consent agenda, but I'm hearing different today. Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
It's obvious that if we proceed, then the legislation for the summer student employment would be out of order because it doesn't have the two documents. And then the other is, what if the whole consent agenda does not get the 2/3 vote? Do they go back to staying on the agenda to also be voted singly, one by one?
To answer your first question, I think I would refer that back to Legislative Council. The second question, if there was not a 2/3 vote on the consent agenda, collectively you're taking votes on all three items that are attached. Now, with all three of those items that are attached, if it wouldn't matter if the 2/3 one failed and the other two got, let's say, 14 or 15 votes, they would still need a consent to the 2/3. That is my understanding, and that's my understanding of the way the consent agenda has worked in the past. And those legislations would ultimately be closed out, and they would have to be resubmitted and started all over.
Speaker, this is excuse me.
Yes, go ahead. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize for interrupting, and thank you for allowing me that time to consult. So based on precedent, the way this has been interpreted in the prior council, and maybe even before that in the prior council, is that each legislation on the consent agenda can be debated, but, and this is a big but the total time for debate is 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes per delegate, but 5 minutes in total. If it takes more than 5 minutes in total, then it needs to come off the consent agenda.
Okay.
And move on to the regular schedule. Thank you, Speaker. And this, I'm noting, I'm putting a big star by it. That section should be, of the code, should be amended so it can be better understood. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. This is the way I'm going to rule on this consent agenda. With that new information that was given. Colleagues, this consent agenda, if we continue to move forward on this, let me go back to Ms. Lowell first before I make the final ruling. Ms. Lowell, on legislation 0002-21, are you stating that legislation does not have a budget impact analysis statement, nor does it have the controller's memo stating if that's recurring or non-recurring in the legislation?
Speaker, this is Kristen. That's correct.
Okay. So that legislation, colleagues, if this consent agenda does go forward, that legislation would not be certified if it was approved, but the other legislations would be. Legislation 0010-21 and 0016-21. In moving forward, even if the president did even if we did send that legislation over, I think that would be a technicality on arrival. So with that, colleagues, on the consent agenda, I haven't got a motion or a second. My recommendation on this now then, because we did approve the consent agenda, I will call for a motion and a second, but you have heard the recommendation from Office Legislative Counsel. And before I call for a motion and a second, there can be a motion to suspend the floor rules. To amend the agenda, or actually just amend the agenda and remove the consent agenda from the floor or from the agenda, and we'd go back to each one of the legislations to keep legislation 002-21 in order. Thank you. So before I call for a motion on the consent agenda, are there any comments?
Speaker, a motion to suspend the floor rules and to put these three legislations on the regular agenda.
Okay.
Delegate Daniel So.
There's a motion by Chairman Daniel So to take the consent agenda items off. Motion to suspend the floor rules and take the consent agenda off and move the legislation 0002-21 and legislation 0010-21 and legislation 0016-21 to be back on the regular status in that order as A, B, and C under new business. Is there a second?
Yellow hair. Second, Helena. Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate the question and also the clarification provided by the Legislative Council. But I just need to make sure that I fully understand what is happening right now. So we voted on a consent agenda that did pass, but we can pull that consent agenda back at any time if there is an amendment, or I guess that's kind of what I'm understanding. And this is just for purposes of setting precedent. So in the future, as delegates, we understand that even though a consent agenda has been voted on, it can be pulled back. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. That has been precedent before. We have, I do believe, I would say probably fall of 2019, there was a recommendation for an amendment on an item that was on a consent agenda already, and that was taken into consideration. And I will definitely bring that up when find that. But at any time, the Navajo Nation Council agenda or a committee agenda can be motioned to be amended. And there's nothing in the rules to say that that can't be amended at any time, or that cannot be amended at any time. And this would just be another amendment to the agenda. So there has been precedence before on an action like this, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion and second. Is there any comments, questions? Going once, going twice.
This is Henio.
Chairman Henio, go ahead.
Pushing to the motion party, Shinanta, Chairman Daniel So, that holds the motion. What if request to modify your motion to keep the consent agenda as is, but just to remove only 0002-21 and then keep the other two items on as the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion to modify. Chairman Daniel So, to just take off 002-21 off the consent agenda and leave the other two on the consent agenda.
I guess the main thing is one is a confirmation, and then the other is an appropriation. So I'm going to deny the request.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions on amendment to the agenda? Going once.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Chair Charles Newton, what is your question of privilege?
I'm sorry. So when we vote, if we vote green, we're saying to bring the legislation, all three, 002-21, 0010-21, 0016-21, to remove that from the consent agenda and put it back on the agenda where we debate them separately. And then if we vote red, we're saying to keep the consent agenda. Is that correct? I just need clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
You are correct. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
There's no other questions. Let's go to the board. And this is a 2/3 vote. at council to amend the agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about Grace?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona.
Green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Any votes green?
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl
Delegate
Slater.
Tan votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Michael. Come back.
Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote.
I vote green.
Going back up.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 4 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 18 in favor, 4 opposed, motion carries. That, colleagues, going back to the floor on the agenda. Item number 6, new business. Under new business, let's go to legislation.
Point of order to the Speaker, David.
Yes. Chairman Henio.
What was the ballot tally count?
18 in favor and 2 opposed.
Okay, thank you.
No. 18-4? 18 in favor of 4 opposed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
4 opposed.
18 in favor, 4
18-4.
opposed.
Okay, thank you.
And speaker not voting. That, colleagues, again, moving on down under new business, item number A, which will be legislation 0002-21, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0002-21, an act relating to health education and human services, budget and finance, resources development, and Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $4 million for the 110 Navajo Nation Chapter Summer Youth Employment Programs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. There are 4 committee reports. Committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends that it do pass with no amendment and no directive. Committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee recommend it do pass with no amendment. Committee report from the Resources Development Committee recommend that it do pass with no amendment. Committee report from the Nabakeate Committee recommends it a do pass with no amendment. Navajo Nation Council and Office of the President are final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, is there a motion?
Henio.
Motion by Chairman Henio. Is there a second? Honorable Wanika. Colleagues, with that, let me go to Honorable Eugene So.
Do I have the floor?
Yes.
Okay, now. Hey, trying to get myself something to eat. I put something aside somewhere. It got lost under the chair 2 weeks ago. Trying to take that out so I can have it for lunch. Die kon is dat voor die door weet dat niet keer and is dat niet keer door is shit. For essence, for our catchers, for very senior, not as college students and they hate us. So how big a bus and that it's us. Maybe I have seen that one day, you know, basically I get in a house call. Yeah. I don't chop on success, okay, in the way, page 3 of 5. Section 2 findings, line 29, G, door, page 4, 5, line 2, X, AA, I think it was Christian Lotion, amendment, beyond the law, it's in there. So if they can read that amendment, somebody can introduce that amendment for me, it would be good, those two amendments. It's already sent to us. Ado, thank you. Speaker, am I talking or not talking?
You're talking. We got you. Pat?
Okay. But you say, yeah, I'd make it all share. The concept for for a younger generation, we not all the body old cow. I think that's cow. Yeah, now it's clipped. They're really hanging on to there and they're trying to get somewhere. So I'd like to say thank you. But this it's issue how that illness or issue on see illness quality those is right now for now.
Thank you.
I wonder if my agent is on the line, Dr. Yeoman.
That? Or Eugene So, does that conclude your presentation?
For now, yeah, I'm trying to ask if Dr. Yeoman is on the line. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Yeoman?
Yes, she's on the line.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I'm on the line.
Okay, right. That, let me go to the floor then. That amendment was sent out 10:34 this morning. Chairman Hino, floor is yours on the main motion.
Okay, announce it today. Speaker David, audition and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The amendment number 1, could introduce a later. Other vestido listi pesani hadetehegi. So that be my motion. So I have staff read that amendment to the record. Reserve my time.
Thank you. Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 42 seconds. With that, on the amendment number 1 on legislation 0002-21, Mr. Rico, would you read it into the record before I call for a second?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, amendment number 1, pages 3, lines 29 and 30. Make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike paragraph F. Overstrike F. The Office of the Controller was requested to provide a memorandum to satisfy the requirements in 12 NC Section 820L. The memorandum is not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it is available. And overstrike underscore new language F. The Office of the Controller has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit B to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC Section 820L. The Office of the Controller has indicated the request is recurring and the balance in the UUFB as of January 20th, 2021 is $63,795,352 and underscore 2 on page 4, lines 3, 4. Make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike, the Office of Management and Budget was requested to provide a memorandum to satisfy 12 NNC Section 820M. The memorandum was not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it becomes available. And overstrike. Underscore new language, the Office of Management and Budget has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit C to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC Section 820M and underscore 3. Add the Office of the Controller memo as Exhibit B. 4. Add the Office of Management and Budget memo as Exhibit C. 5. Renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is there a second on amendment number 1?
Second, Daniel So.
Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Okay, Speaker, vote where's my son? I'll call C9 002-21. Into action, but no safety. A peso. And yeah, they turn us really. They can't be students. Speaker, I'd like to bring to your attention, Dita, according to amendment
And the amendment is, I don't know if I'm reading this correctly. Maybe Manuel can help me out on this. But page 3, line 29 and 30, and I'm looking at the legislation in my hand, it's printed. Page 3, line 29 and 30 is G, letter G. And letter F starts with 27 and 28. But however, letter F talks about the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that should have been letter G instead of letter F. That way it would correspond with line 29 and 30. The other one is page 4. It says lines 3 and 4. I think that should have been lines 2, 3, and 4, where that would be stricken out. The OMB was requested to provide. If you just look at 3 and 4, all you're striking out is satisfied 12 NNC. Speaker, that's what I'd like to bring to the attention of this, and I'm sure that can be corrected. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
I serve your time at 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Mr. Rico?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, that is correct. The first part should be page 3, line 29, 30, page 4, line 1. And the paragraph reference should reference paragraph G. And also number 2 should be page 4, lines 2 to 4 instead of 3 to 4. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Henio, there's a request on that to modify per Chairman Smith's, or per Chairman Smith. Chairman Henio, request to modify?
Yes, to get things in order.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Daniel, so you good with that?
Oh, she thought she thought cool.
Okay, great. Only those that's supposed to be. Thank you. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? If there are none, let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 11 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, Bishma-san. Thank you for allowing me to bring that forth. This is another thing that I'd like to present to Manuel Rico and the amending party. If you look at page 4, line 2, there's a letter H. I think that should be included in there because you have G that's going to be changed, and then it doesn't include H in there. It just has the Office of Management Budget. I think that should be in consistence with the Section 2 findings because it goes from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then H is the last one on line 2. And reserve my time in case I need it. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 17 seconds. Mr. Rico, again, there's another. So you're good? Okay, go ahead and state that.
Mr. Speaker, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, we can correct that as a technical error, as number 5 gives OLS the authority, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph sections or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Hi, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? If not, we go back to reserve time. 2 minutes, 17 seconds. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening. I rest my case. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Colleagues, if there's no other further comments, questions, we go to Ford on amendment number 1. Let's go vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
I'll vote green. This Delegate Begay. Elmer.
Honorable T. Allen Begay
votes
Jr.
green. T. Allen votes green.
Honorable Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henier.
Henier votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henier votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
That is all. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
All 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries. That, colleagues, we are back to the main motion on legislation 0002-21. Any other further?
Speaker, for the record, I'll vote green.
Did you get Honorable Yellowhair's vote?
Oh, let me check. Yeah, I did.
Yes, we did get your vote as green.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I just need to make with this amendment, I appreciate that. Do we need to amend any language in the title? I'm just trying to make sure now that the controller considers this reoccurring, if that language is part of the legislation in the title. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Every time at 4:42, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Legislative Council.
Speaker, it's Kristen. I'm just pulling up the legislation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I just need 2 minutes. I think we did include language waiving it in the legislation. So it was, when it was drafted, OLC anticipated that it would be recurring, right? So the legislation, OOC is saying it's a recurring expenditure. So because it's a recurring expenditure, the waiver language is required. The waiver language is in the title, and it also, there is a section 4. Am I looking at the right legislation? I'm so sorry. Bear with me. I am just so tired today.
002-21.
Okay. All right. Somebody, whoever drafted it, put the wrong number, but okay. So I'm looking at 002, and there is waiver language in the resolution. There is waiver language in the title. So we are okay because the controller said the cost is recurring. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, let's continue on down. Back to the main motion. Any other comments, questions? If not, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So I do see that language, just for reference, page 2 of 5, starting at line 21. So supplemental appropriations made from non-reoccurring revenue shall only be made for non-reoccurring operations or purposes as set forth by Section 820F. So thank you very much, Speaker. I see that here and in the title, and I appreciate adding that memo, and so I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. That, Chairman Henio, 4 minutes, 42 seconds on reserve time.
I wait my time.
Okay, thank you. That, moving on down. Any other comments, questions? Are we ready to vote? Going once? Going twice? Or 3 times? Let's go to our second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, you have one amendment number 1, page 3, lines 29 to 30, page 4, line 1. Make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike G. The Office of the Controller was requested to provide a memorandum to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC Section 820L. The memorandum was not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it is available. End overstrike. Underscore new language. G, the Office of the Controller has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit B to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC Section 820L. The Office of the Controller has indicated that the request is recurring and the balance in the UUFB as of January 2021 is $63,795,325 and underscore. 2, page 4, lines 2 to 4, make the following changes indicated below. The Office of Management and Budget was requested to provide a memorandum to satisfy 12 NNC Section 820M. The memorandum was not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it becomes available. End over strike. Underscore new language. The Office of Management and Budget has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit C to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC Section 820M and underscore. 3, add the Office of Controller memo as Exhibit B. 4, add the Office of Management and Budget's memo as Exhibit C. 5, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, good board, vote.
Honorable Alma Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knisbach Carty.
Delegate Amber Knisbach Carty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knisbach Carty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry. Honorable Jamie Henry. Honorable Jamie Henry did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond
Green.
Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote.
Vote green.
Charlene So.
I vote green.
Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazi. Honorable Edwin Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James vote screen via text. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, moving on down. On to legislation 0010-21, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, tracking number 0010-21, in action relating to the Resources Development Committee and Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Melinda Cook Shirley as Director of the Navajo Nation Environment Protection Agency, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr. There are 2 committee reports. One committee report from the Resources Development Committee that recommended to pass with no amendment, and a committee report from the Navajo Committee that the legislation was tabled. However, legislation can still be referred to Navajo Nation Council as Navajo is not final authority. Navajo Nation Council is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0010-20. There's a, can I get a motion?
Henio.
Motion by Chairman Henio. Second. Second. Once.
Eugene So.
Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Once.
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So. With that, Honorable Keon Begay, you got 20 minutes on the board.
Speaker. Che. Aro kudo response on it lenigi. Again, I want to appreciate the NABI committee. Ada kudo nakanaso sagidi legislation 1021. I like to identify OPVP staff as an agent, also the nominee, Ms. Shirley. Kudoshi identifies Shadowless, Toshi Kudo, Satamiki, which I be adding each other the whole dollar. Coco, the Quishi Banasito, Kudo, Bana question, and I'm Lenigi. Put in the EPA director, Lenigi, Drake at Abba. Pateska has go equator dig at any digisa. Endo Daso, Janata Inishiki, yeah, large Nana Street or Listro had not been equator, not so Linigin, nest source, dog, dot a quagga. And he that means was Gadidas and Anna Linigi. A coco bana or canto bana inch out a good equator, a large. He hitchin other list and Anna Linigi Hala. Anhin hit in the end, Linikito, and she Alaya Conis and Nikito, Anhin his yes, Kitty, no, the Bayil, the store. Ada Kodo, Sun and Ligo, Eco Ake, large she, because the Nico got a in Hinanish, Ilnato, Listen and so Eben Hachiko, a did or at some Bahanana seat the list. But I like to give the remainder of the time to the candidate, the appointee. And Linigi Kudo Shirley, but if not, Kudo OPVP, that's it. Introduce it on it little. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to allow the remaining time for President's office and the nominee. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
We'll stand for question at the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. That, Ms. Shirley, are you there? Ms. Shirley?
I'm here, Speaker.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Yad anusko. Di o ashigi bi yad nan hidish ni dole. Shady do ayed nek ayashita. And they I have a little bit of an echo. Is that just me or okay. Am I still okay?
Yes.
Speaker, am I okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes,
Thank you.
you're good to go.
Okay, Speaker. Shady do yod nek ayashita. In lay in sienta a shemasan shiyahot additional hot out adayash tietle. Shemado shaja a binigo hidilnisha hot out bahunizin. Shady a large na shadow shikedo a sitsilido shadeja holo. Ako Din slatna khayenta shamasan danditza. Ado bikedo o you shazadigi do yo chosh ingo o you shifnahun selin lasto. Ako asisi dishnio sata asisi dishni. So akwegi de shabahunot shabahunot shabahun shabahun dindole. Ado yad non hidish ni dole chik no lini kwegi beshpa das ane da no lini ad yad ni hidini dole nana. Ado speaker do ha ado kwegi dan hinasto da hin da sinost aigi sto kwegi yad ni hidini dole. Ha not addition listo kwegi honorable delegate Shina Kielen Bigay Jr. Had non-dish ni dole to RDC committee sto. Shady Valinda Shirley in Shiego what Alshishe. Ado Trachi ni denayin Schlido is a funny abashishtin, but Anida Shichedo Tatnestanida Chanela. Ado Shema a Linda Baya will ya, Ado Shija a Val Cooklia. Shemasane a Lolita Brady will yande. Ado Shiche a Thomas Littleben Jr. or Thomas Littleben Sr. will yende. She Bashish Chinin lay Disijin the Lantego Keda Hut a the Dan the Charlotte Begay will yende. Shijain lay back at Bahot Sunday Gonava. She tentades ahadeko hot anasha. Adot eda a hashim sagoni hit a dehusi do di iskagi aquagi nihis dance bahoshnet do quagi shinanish islagi do a quagi as tisigo badge a hun. Ado aquagi she hahodoljish a di shananishigi a di Navajo EPA at that di islatnaha quagi nashnasho. It's a lay environmental specialist that nigo a ilze aje bebe has ani igi a aje te ben nashnasho haholjish. Ado slatnaha a di Leised sochen das Gierengo e quegi the nesla as Hugo betratra de shaho a sanda at leho bahashnao e hut out satnacha isla ado quegi a any adna chinacha that's the senior remedial project manager should it know hut out nanashigi is in them senior remedial project manager in the shingo a the lay koje halol yena sho Sitsogo Nakisin Church Rock. Aje hut au Setso Nasked de Quaggy a Quaggy Kanish one day. Adon lay Eastern Agency a toast it a hut outlet on Daskedi a Aje Shibik Edin in de Adon lay Cove Jesto Aje hut out Kanish one day. A call as you go hut out Shik Ain Lenigi betrat the Shaho hut out Shinanish in de. A call dig at Nakia de Moyeda a Director Whaley. Director Oliver Whaley, a Benanishigi means Ado She Quaggy, a cat de Lord Shadot me. A call a Yaha, a Shanat Ani Jonathan Nails, do Shanat Ani Myron Lizer, a Quaggy, Shik Edos Negi, do a Quaggy, Shitdol Adigi by Henston. Ado a bin yah Quaggy. Nahanan Sadole Shanat Ani Danoslini. The neck etigoshi confirmation she had out you see is the doni. Gashi dos zin bin yah Nahania that Ntago that she can that doch Ahlensino or Shape Lada dos bin yah I put on Nahania dole Shanat Ani no Senigi. She the no dear a bidole when you see on she oh her Eugene Quaggy the Nebekayaki or her Eugene in the house a call the tra or a she asi shitisa Ado Quaggy the Nanishigi shadet ango a di tragi you see a hot albin dish nishna so bed dances kiss. A call di trao ba banished enigi a community outreach dishna. Di nishananish lenigi Quaggy Navajo EPA. Di behas ani ben de nishigi a bisna antien dodi the nebas haneigi a si beat salado less. A da hut out sa nishi behas ani dan lenigi a hut out beat dasto. De see Diego, a hut out the Nebuchadnezzar that the nation song, a hut out bantus case. Ada a cone a said Sohigi Ashananish Sato, ish indon lesson song bantus case. Quaggy the Nebuchadnezzar Bakai, lay a shredding Nezadine, Doba Anadine, on a hut out, said Sohan Dasket and then. Ada D go a start D said so. Said so tag on the later as you go said so shin da scared or a ado chedit for be asahagi na hageho hut au bana al de la ako asahagi na hageho a sata di said so higi dag ado yegon da chidiki a hut au baha hal esna lo hut au banda de la Ako di on a hut out said Sohigi bin da nisho hut out bisnahas on de. Ako a hut out nishit has ado a hut out shik in lenigi bisn da has ado asi ya sada hosondo asi yandat ado balach hashin fogoshi nan nishigi do di Ntazo a hut alyan to that case. A Quaggy Nishi Kodo Navajo EPA ge asi hut al Nihinan the Shigi Nanat ito lessons. Ado di akedi gi adi ilze at ilze asi Nishani chado asi a hut al koje a yo hut al the netahalna. We just hut out in the halnet. The ilden logo ya chesk echo ya not the yigila halit out that set and he did not hut out. We just hit the halnet cogent. A Quaggy is the as the Bintadis mission song hut out Francis case. So not any no cleaning Quaggy or Union hash. Halit au Dadil Nishlan Sahut au Nahansis Kesal. Ado Shanat Ani Lini Stokodo, Honorable President, do Vice President, Sto AD Nahat Uplan Isno Sto A Sto Quaki Sato Shunan Nishigi Abik Ahonasht Sto. Ako Ahut El Ado Quagi she Sto a shehat non-traditional dollars quagi. Nishidache Nani gi do Ahashin Togo she Instraigi Istraigi a legal bansis case. Ado di Nishigi is do Ahashin Togo as do or you abenanst as do. Ado Benache di Nanashigi Yinshke do hut al Shika do Swarton saw hut al Hanses ke. Ado dit al hadis deho a sort of a Henston do a Shahan Hidini dole. Had she hut in do a Hashi be nasende Skida hut al Hanet has neho di nan setende. Had this the had no bahanese. She did outrunch indole, she did ego as that and slidole stand no that hot out had this the jina. A call a quaggy a hot albin yen honey yardole. Do oh her eugene the has out of the large a stop oh her eugene but I hear Helenigi a stop her long. Ako she kudo suzinigi antrago naha heni zi shanat ani dano senigi. Do yo nihisin do dasho ida sto. Ako quagi sat the more is li quagi dit al shanas asahni da leho hut al shanaso. Saho ba heni zi Doloshi Nijoni et ego Shinat Ani Nijoni ego hut al Eda Hidosne Shitsile that the hat nido should che that the hat no hut al dos hata ida a sheha favorite che hat no die Nijoni and lay trust me that or you add the jail had you cloho ado bikedo di at on the hashi picture when Jonico Namazo a G. A hut in the halon, the not then do hut out be a hidaho, Nisigi, a hut out by a hair in the less store. I would talk or hut out I had this seat or less, though that is that night of kita. If you have. Am I still on? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Hello? You're good. Thank you very much, Ms. Shirley. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does, Speaker. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, I have a motion and a second. Let me go to the floor. Chairman Daniel So.
Oh, yeah, it's silly. So, I 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Craggy Shiche. Also Scraggy. Nita Nilsosgi sponsor. Ado Shapizra. Miss Shirley. Just say Daniel So, that's a jana. Of course, Tinjakin and Sloan. And if there's a touchy, that's a chin. This listening, that's a che. Now, Barney, that's another. Of course, even not chat. The business dini dole. Do. Yeah, 8 or 8 I see ado hasin so to ba funi tendo le siki e kwagi beni hin si to e hansi na deskilta kunde le teleconference to such as be todo not neil si ade e ya hasin so the akasini kada alko ado ben ado ya milchedo ya ehiki ado ndache ko kwagi sato ya the purposeful leaking and venting of methane gas e kwagi on health impact assessment indasil nesh ado a kuje the ye ida no son ma to nche it o e ban sa ke si gi e kwagi to nache hadasi zi ado kwagi sato e I see sato he da ston hay de no sto hit o e yan se case to kwagi e hansi kayata the
okay
kasini kada asko e hastan ista tono e kwagi sabi the holoni e ndak so e benach e kwagi kasini te hotan ado to ya shoni gi sto ada sakish kodi sat leitso wolia gita ado e jo e de o e radium wolia doldos e IC to ya shoni gi e kwagi no son kai to ye that the tree produce water wolia ado e oberkohon that the tree to le spend e not closely they plant to le spend e the nebekaya kai ke that the lehigi to a pin ajo shoda ido le shoda no e mihinda ha ko kwagi sato the partners and lupa dash na shiki o e sato at they kre ado kojo shada acho chetka po kole ajo to e ya the place hot they in there eto so kasselni kwagi now but kwagi to priest on esto I see so the kasselni kwagi bekashi dolni to the be e de aro hitne to joya hotan znigi e huango e da de ye ho e kwagi huano chada e kwagi to jo e bitane kalolation so ya dishne chapeze aro kwagi be finci do khano e UNM don College of Health Science Dr. Johnny Lewis, Dr. David Begay, the Quagish Chambers has Aniki, I think at site 23 Dashan yeah. To Hashin so Aja I say and now it Nasto. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Shashi Biketan Country busy.
We're going down to Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, kodo. That can't kodo. Yeah, I see. Bye. Jehil na kodo. Adona na kodo. My che kodo dam. Delegate Key LMBK. My fabulous che. Yeah, kodo. Adona na anit kodo. My favorite che hat the kodo. Oh yeah, kodo. I don't know, you're probably going to hear some train noise. I'm here in Gallup, so I'm here for my appointment, so it is, I don't know, the so not on a Senate legislation, get that means for the should say, I think by here, I don't know, John Kitten, should there's a chain of a candidate, but Shinigi, I pass chain of the sun. I don't know, so it's on Lanko, but I mean, Shadida, I don't understand it as as Clad Vote as Sunella, I don't know, Toyet Lean it as a say, what that meant Slenko, Malay or J. Toda, if in a Shako, Manma Valley guitar. I don't have a radar shot towards a big kindle of on a banashness. I think with all the bonnet, when the gate, the shin best eggy, I could not get a hand 3 quarters a stage. With other hot matter. Is he all yeah? Hosiani, the old yeah. With other hot matter. Zonod never zabe, Yansky. Don't sound at the hot. Arbal Gun of that, she don't sound at the floor. A non just careful. I don't know what on the data. As it in this, Mr. Daryl Yazi. Edo, Zunago E. Could even be slashed Nazuko Hoto. I don't know Mr. Yazi, Mazeda. Cane Valley, we see a site. I don't see now, so the Yego and in the area of uranium. Lada Maheda and Dajness, could on Zunoban Housen, Legend, the great leg for that gate net the Noban Housen. I don't know what about that is the Norda. Mill site for the Halon Dash it down. It down shade of did about a not the wind, not all that initial hot. But this street, I see a canate, alcohol, sister Vingy, I see be Tadish, be Tadi Yako, I don't know, a be Tadish, Nishakon radar and the radar, a corner radar, or the has mass and the Regoya, a Koya, the ante now added to her. Total Chota cover the clown that has these or the Ray Anoya. A Koya or little train track that feel a hard now that the has these or so eight or that needs to go home. But this street, a Codona Rebek, a contact with a Kata Ilte, I don't know how to get go. And oh, yes, they said that some of these sites they need to be revisited in the rate like a skyline mine. I don't know how cheetah the tailing to get area. You're not I give it a hole, so they eat feed. What that egg has on the nail in a sink with what I can that is Nescodo. Feel they that are on the Yabekits and how it feels they are the interrogation. Section had a key on the had a key down, what's out in the Hashi's or what that egg or that. Is in Yego, that is Mexico, not just the Manila Valley, but there's Cove, Argesto, Kurabanjuna, Aro in New Mexico. So, Aro Kodo should say, Korea had Ziggy, my favorite Che Korea had Ziggy from the Magay, Kaya, eat at the scarf on the generate that a cup in the year. There's over that, Egoda, seeing kitchen that is Mexico. I don't know other area, Magay, last year go, Kaya, that dead. Nagay Kayapi Holoni Donana, Nagay Yapi Holoni Gita. So that Egi, if you could on the ICB, a kitchen that is Nescodo, Zodaro, what Neda Codo. So I see Codo Ebe, Ben Case as the Codo, Arunana and Juno Eden, Neda Codo, as you what I get, I hit needle Escodo. Stage Arunana Codo, the colleagues than Jenny, my colleagues for those Asian stock and needle Escodo. A corner and Juno came and Hassan Nako. Ecuador, as far as each she or the eight as how you on the go. So even as you go, Ecuador, Sabizada, so what I could again to Nerico, out of substitution, Nalata, some Yazuda, so what I care, what I see can be needle as I say, could I should say, Nada, so what just tweet what other could I catch it all. I couldn't read that.
Daniel's time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go on down to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair? Honorable Yellow Hair?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Speaker, to 24 Councilman, out on the key out the gate. Thank you for the really wonderful, our own feature employees, feature leaders. She's a young leader and pretty smart and out of the I don't know she at all honey. I don't put it in but she do she Scott Zoda signal. I get out hole getting us such a team but other Shekro Dan Hassan Langi, your education background's pretty good, doing well. Out of research, I you're very young. What I did a Katawazo, but aggressive to get there. Well, to do it, take over and some work for the Navajo Nation. Oh, you only in the hot, that either kitchen, Rajato, uranium. What I only in the hot, say, I'll vote green for you. I don't have in a hot need all this. John Johnny, yes. Don't I got a neck as an example. I got this how in a ton, get a hot in it. Those neck as you get a kid. I up and even in a shape. On that plan is now something. The yard, is no. I don't hit down, doesn't need it, and it doesn't need it. Guitar. According to any data on in the yard, and little sad, never saw a young kid. Hit a hand, zero, that of neither the no image, needs a hand, or a near what a cable, guilty. A quiet, as it asked to go, she's junior, that on Nido, none is not that on, not at all. Ashi, congratulations to the Shinisa. I will saw speaker. Thank you for the floor and I wait my time. And thank you very much. Just want to be and should not earn in rate as not fly audit on it to the Bagades, should ne Banasagi, Honso Isla. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go on to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to the present or to the Miss Shirley. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Paul, my brother, thank you for bringing this legislation forth to the body. And though I did office of the president, seeing that I see can the naya when you ziniki about yeah, at egg a whole nest. How one agita in the all I know call over car get better yeah how ya and lean and that cry oh you got the chisel cost me by your or your next spirit the band touch kiss so or your namasita be old elo oh chin that this is kind of schedule I want to the kids that toss me by until toss me again about jo as tweed of sunny I think so she back when in the to yen hat the they had any cut the never Washington Lenny come me yado on me at this jig I did ego the head that bitch had to the a large that's a tie just what oh I has it oh na is a neck at bitch had to the a go back when is that I see I don't know all I did not so it's Bishwian I think of possibly not go rather rough rock demonstration school James Cutler
ننتهي راسي نمكن بس اللاقي تدان ليجي هو هاد آجي وهاد آي آدي وهاد آي شن بابياك هولا ريات إيه كود ني أخذ نائلة never when all the can say. You understand the livelihood of those individuals, those families that are out there living in those hogans, in the houses, in mobile homes, who may have water, who may not have power, who may not have those necessities. أكون تدا أسلاجت إيه تدا يجوا با شلتوجاني جي نزادو بيخن يادا نزارو بسنة نزارو بسنة أرو خديت خردا بيخن وطن هلا وتدا انت إيه لا تو خادشين شيء إيه هنياهو بس توي كود أني ينجي Mr. Little Ben بس توي لا بإيه تهزن إيه لا باهنسن شو يا إيه لا يا إيه عادي الناس وتعال ليه توي هت إيه يا ده كده خيش بحث توي هتني شو هت إيه يا إيه توي يا إيه ينجي تو هت إيه هشيت إيه بنا أنتين يا ده إيه هذا بغان ده لا دو إيه عادي الناس لا أوه بينش أوه جونا نشبع هديا دو نه زيني هجو ببانسن كي هذا باهون زنجيه حالا إيه يتقى أني من واشنطن يدينيشي الندو ياهون زندا إيه تدا كون شاهد بيش ما هذا أني تلين إيه باهوشي كيه كو هد أو بحثيت أولي شاشين إيه تحشيني إذا إيه وهذا كبن بيشا إنده كده بينال إيه كو نيزن أزاي داسيا اللي ده يندنا إتاده إنده حسخ هت هت توين ليني يا هوت إيه ده هستوي هلا ده إنه لا أكو شيء دش إيه كتو نهوت إيه جون خال ديد نشتو هجونا نشجين خا إيه إدي لي الندان كيد نبى كيه بقاء إيه نه إيه أجبنا نشتهي أهلي
Time.
إيه به إيه به وتا أو به حسيت أو كدو إيه بين كندي خا شها.
Thank you. That, let me go back to Ms. Shirley. Any response at this time, Ms. Shirley?
Just a brief response, if I may, Speaker.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel So, Shabija Shadeen Nidigi So, Aquegi Shawen Dinitoles. Ado Quegi behind the Igi is still a Quegi, not so Sigi, because so Hashim Togo without Bandinish Trasto, Quegi a Washington, Quegi the Nebo Washington, Gay, Quegi Nishitas Ado, Shizia Hot a hot Ado Hushtain, so a Hueta does a Kunsta does. A hotel banahat on a hotel assistant business a call Ado Quegi Sto Shina Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Delegate, thank you Sto Ado Shadeja Chadini Ligi Sto Shahan Dini Dole Ado Quegi Shifnings Tragi Sto a Quegi Nato so stop a car Ishla do a Sto Shahan Dini Dole Ado Quegi Honorable Delegate Yellow Hair so Torhead Lini Dene a Shamahagi a Aja Dabachedan a Quegi she a should change the dollar hala hama betray do banale what ag nisa ada kwegi is to shia shin dini dollar is to honorable delegate Odo so shada nigo so biga hande shia shin yat eto shahan dini dollar ada kwegi is to should hanzi igi do أكوئجي صاجات إهيجي أكوئجي شجع وين لاقي في أشياء عندي دولار إن not أشياء نان هيدرش دولار. That's it, Speaker.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time or
Speaker. Speaker Thomas Walker.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker and then Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, Speaker, so council members and colleagues, our legislative staff, legislative council, the sponsor, the LMBG, your agent, the nominee that's before us this afternoon for this important proclamation. Taisagi Shelfahasing Shastwe Shazani Stilkeshke Kehibeda Kegodo Izahasido Liliko Rea Archer Kahanit Niki in Hayanski Tashidini Nakinafe Dadoste Nisigipe Nahan Zito Naha Nsen Kid Nahanaha Atra Ado Lebe Landa Ille Equetra. Ja, de delen. Så nedigi instetra. Vet den never bishwas Anna. Akuyat Jensen what egi. Ado nansenigi ishin here. Being patrol in Bashin, tots of the trade at Sadish the Edashinala. Ibeta is individual archer. Ajit or you can't echo AWK at all the Chindanit, Lasani, those three wait and it echo it lot necat. A co what I don't and then Niki Edo Artraho. A coho teacher Shananta quite the whole Shido Shilataho and the if I now petition so. Yoshat Bada Hochil I don't know that children Shido what else kiss. Special coins and do cash don't need all the Johnson. Is she that you see it? Because on Jolly to a cut ego, what yet a given I don't know that children give by the Hochil net. I had left it or at the Shinan, she'll either charge or gas and she could have a queen and teacher. A coeta trap by Johanna Ado Little Ado quite Miss Shirley. There's a shin, though she's larger than nada. There's a shin, the coyat deep at you will you get you tot on the he didn't. I could echo a should say that it was something. So just a should say just the no. Because he magishi, he deal chin. I could ego a loco. Even as a should there's a shin in the echo. Though she shall send that has nothing in the. I could echo yet, they should there's a quiet nalsos. So the king Japaki did. Naka begin that of art Nakabe Ken Doka. Ado illegal to teacher than the Bishmas and the Coho president or vice president Archibald has Aniki Tido Keheto Archer Naka Tweedon Hinant Yan Sakisti in Hiban City Kisiki Dila Bohanetza Chike. When he caught all was Dinan Shiki Nakashian says the case of Evika, Yijian Snee, the Jane Hito to a queen needs in the co. What about this? Archicao needs Niki, Cameron, Coal Mine, Loop, Talani Lake, Bird Springs, a but Banashako. Cameron jo quite said so had a kidney on the way at Queen of dancing. I could echo other overtake at the has asa. So how it over at the wheat the whole gate. So how it that so hot echo and how it's hagi could up in the hot echo. Other bad hello said so. In better husband. I would down his husband. Jing stars and do ebita English quake other Edahoitos Edota in a home, now what old Nisha no. But when they call this large the Nanch eat the heggy, it's large it is eat or the higgy eight certain journal quite pistachi Nico pistachi teats on journal, but the yatil to Jota than it's in Opa at Hanet or this. Nan play quake.
Motion Walker.
It has state or listener. Speaker, thank you. Members of council.
All right, thank you, Motion Walker. Now moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, too. What do you see, huh? See the hot yeah, Coco. Speaking at that, one to know how to I have been a snow that is the Nile basic zeal. Chanale, I should say, since thanks for the time, most in any Honda, Conche or said, no way in such case, only Hasid AC, Ayo, Ovato Ehoni, Zinato Ado, the Ayo Bay, they Gini, Glen hasn't some division directors, I don't want to say who, but I could have them. So better that the whole no and that he cover cause of their education. So what the chain there, what are non places to know how to start how to I think they be he how to a Spinoza to rather that is as way that I none stuff. I have not started on that issue. I could tell us taking care of the land. I go, the competent the city, I see, but a whole lot. Oh, to the way it is down. Is that a whole hundred men that have tried about thought is all other Nancy, Lego. Lay that action that the Kahota, the big count that she hota. I don't say that every Adam in real about the Santas, a hot, eat a hot, don't eat the art, and can even that is Carita. What all you didn't get I guess I don't a co art cock. They don't die in the way to go. I don't want to I could tell about the honey trees that they were the art clearance. Environmental assessment, the heart, the Hati, it down, what on the other whole art. So it he persist he come by each cut dog in Michigan. Yo, that's the Hutchin there is to Hutchin care that there, to Hutchin care the other Hutchin laid and has strong. That's mean there. So film his last it of key. You should tell his need about it. But yeah, it's just a home. You can't go only certain ways. You can't take out the uranium, the coal, etc. That can reproduce when you catches air, and then also catches other things. It also gives birth so the key population faster. That's why you can see the atomic bomb when it was struck, it disintegrated a lot of things in its way. It's actually that's how fast it's growing. It's actually I think it's the last 2 years. Because I know by that just seen it. So I see that I think not need all that on we have cancer. But I've never seen a bit of it. I really didn't never see a car or so I see Diego. Along, but along Diego about me or flashing or Diego, even the gun has on the eyes up and the car has on there. To let them know we need this thing cleaned up. Because a year ago, it's on not all this. speak at Navajo and North Dakota, it seems that everything's going that way. Everything you see out there came out of the earth. So I don't see the area for me to consider that. For the chain area, but just thinking on that's another. I didn't really hear how when you started. Okay, I'm sorry about that, but when you say English, I was also that's not. I was ready. I big not in my kitchen. So so share the say I the next I'd make a suggestion. Yo, this is sitting next, no. How does it all? It also ends. Even now, there's not a night. He's a United States and Texas. A United Texas. Since they are this is he that a bit of assist and hot agua. You can walk and breathe with that person easy. Talk, you can plan. What I need as division directors. And I don't really agree with somebody that are emotionally immature just because they're educated. They never got grown up emotionally and spiritually. So they just got educated. They're real smart. They got bachelor's degree, but they never did grew up. And also, by business so it's thank you.
Thank you. Time right on the dot. That run down. Hey, thank you. With that, moving on down. Honorable Madam Chair Amber Crotty on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. On the main motion, so Sheikh Ani Nesle do Belagana Bashis Chindes Chini de Chedo, Belagana de Chanel. I'm wanted to ask a few questions. I'm Council Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty. Thank you for your presentation and your background and acknowledging your teachings and your values. Prior to being on the council, I worked at the Net Policy Institute as the executive director, and we worked with our sister organization, the Net Environmental Institute. And so there we developed the Net traditional ecological knowledge. So could you give me additional information on how you're implementing that knowledge base in the work that you foresee in running the EPA department? I'd also like to know and follow up with how you plan to organize with the stakeholders and the uranium commissioners. We have the Tronix case that is currently being implemented and received the latest input. So I represent the Clabato Cove, Red Valley, so areas dramatically impacted. And so we'd like to know how you're going to continue to work with our U.S. EPA partners on not only the cleanup, but in terms of continuing to have that community engagement. And that falls into line with the work that we're doing with the RICA legislation. And so I know at times that conflates with the uranium contamination cleanup. So what's the plan to move that forward? What's your federal initiative as executive director? Now you're going to be the voice for our people for that cleanup. And so I'd like to see either what documents you can point to that could help us and as we move forward with the 10-year plan and integration. So Speaker, I'd like to ask those questions and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes on 46 seconds. Let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay and then I'll go back to Ms. Shirley. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, okay, yeah, Speaker, I don't know okay, yeah, legislation, then you got other confirmation here between as you don't, shading us as couple hundred footage in the system. set na chini da shi che os chi da shi na le ho they lay down ka torture da na around the piso aro to hat le in the well aro back about okay white cone aro there was be called Greece with Ibn Asha ya engini da le back in ta ne ya ro whatever the ka when you have to EPA, RJD Yaban, I think so. The no sound or yeah, the Lahagido, other Lahagido, other none, other Ton Benito, other the I think so. The last cross in this case, it's energy question now, what the cheat that now RJD is about higher for half and I don't say it. I don't say it. No one talks. I think the need quite scared of me. So quite scared. So I don't think so. So the whole thing don't introduce to the security into this explanation of the heat. They quite scared. But I don't need to do. I don't. As a hard year, hoda, sabaj da hard year hai bito. So quite it is a to I think a bank board ni hot here has a upon that case. I got a Swedish in zone, so I think so a citizen Bahasa, and so other things they gave Bahasa. So the other age on there, so that's a need for other a has in it open Yahida Yahida, other I don't question about those in those relations, the I people sheet out there. I should be done by whom by yard. So that is quite non in the don't know about that. You had some of the Yahoo. Then the Mason Yahoo, the one idea in Manja, or I call on that a Henry in the shoot is not just go quite a ya a so the in that skito go to get photo the ya a non in kito ado hundred of orders at she that so the part is the eating but in many he back it keep a go the so the ya a then the Nan so ya ya gido ka angin fishi ato ta da pa ne ho shi ta he ko o ta bi ka to o ta de ya hu chi o bi ya na o na ne ka na den ta so ka de ha so kon de to plus ne ski na do ki kon na do ka ada bi da wa so ba chen na to do so bin da ha do ke ada ko ta de ko ba na o ta so ke na ki de ka de so ha so ni ta ke na bi ye ki na bi ye hot kahit so ati in hayat ko ta kahit ako hot ay na pan ki na yan so ya ko na sa tinda so le ki hot kahit na an ja yan sa ki so ati e bayat e so na ando de je bi ka hot ya ko ba ja so e hot e na hot so ta do e so ada na dia to to ta na hot 혼자 이 개까지 도나나 그다다 다시 벤 하나 야 벤 나데 스피드 벤 하나 혼자 것이 어다 아시 이다 뜻이 난 되니도 그렇게 된 바이 키지 그래서 이니가 바이 키 그앤데 어디 가서 이 now 저 에서 아야 과제야 이 바이 네 nenntake naht laat ik bahal jisat as bantake sat onsen ya ele on so na taskido des ahon so ja
You. Well, we're okay with that. Let me go back to Miss Shirley. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Ado Quagin Nutani Hanasi he Honorable Thomas Walker, Shana Shahandini Dolis Do Quagi Western Agency bahin negi ahehe ado ajigo tundish dahot edi nlay coal mine Cameron bahin igi do Emmett Curley da dinahot out da bijo ayo shitlihat eho betrahendish da ay ajigo. Ako igi ahehe ndini doles Honorable Thomas Walker. Ado ako igi Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, Delegate. Yaat eto ahehe edi twachit ni dinan shlingot islan bashishin but ahni da shitedo tratnis dahni da shinele quit out is dine sanin shlido ko igi shije heinzi igi isto na baahun sendo ahehe ndini doles. And then thank you for your question, Honorable Chair Amber Crotty. Thank you for your question. Let me see if I can answer your question as directly as I can here. One of the first things that you asked is how we are incorporating the traditional ecological knowledge into the work that we are doing here at Navajo EPA. And there are a lot of ways in which we are implementing that work. And one of the examples that comes to my mind immediately is before I transitioned into this position as the Senior Remedial Project Manager, we are currently working on a maximum exposure document, and that is part of a risk assessment. So you have the CERCLA process, and in the CERCLA process, you have the removal site evaluation that speaks to the contamination, and then you have the engineering evaluation cost analysis document that is drafted, and that speaks to some of the risk that is posed at a site. So from the traditional ecological knowledge, in that portion of the risk assessment, we are looking at ways in which our people could possibly get exposed from the contamination. So the different contaminants of potential concerns, how can our people get uniquely exposed by carrying out our traditional lifestyles, by using medicinal herbs? All of that is we've captured as much as we can into that document. So that's one of the ways in which we are incorporating the traditional ecological knowledge into the risk assessments that are happening across the Navajo Nation. And then one of the things that you had asked also is how do we plan to coordinate and involve? So I come from that community involvement and that community outreach background that I do consider it essential in everything that we do here at Navajo EPA. And so even within our laws, it speaks to public engagement. So one of the things that we are doing currently is we are drafting a community involvement plan that would guide, and we would be able to follow this community involvement plan to gain as much community involvement as we carry out our work. So that would be that response would be to your question on how we plan to engage stakeholders. And then you also spoke about the Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission, and as the executive director of Navajo EPA, I am a commissioner, or I am a member of that. I am a member of DURAC, and DURAC does have a plan of operation that kind of speaks to how Navajo EPA and the Dene Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission would interact. So, and then you also spoke about RECA, and although we are not directly involved with RECA. We do have ways in which we do support the RECA legislation, and so we have ways in which we are engaging on that legislation, and it was brought to my attention by President Jonathan Nez earlier as well too. And then you also asked me about the 10-year plan. The status of the 10-year plan, from what I understand, is we had a draft 10-year plan that was submitted to us, and comments were submitted to the federal agencies, and those comments were taken to the United States O&B office, and from there, they're giving us back another copy of the 10-year plan. So I do anticipate receiving that 10-year plan to comment further on it. So that would be my response to you, Honorable Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty, Honorable Chairwoman, Madam, that's my response to you. And then, Mr. Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, hindi nito lehisto. Ado ne kwegi di halit out dollar dos hit out in that of kaita the nahlo hut out na din kit. A kwegi shift hanasti igi ad ato di nashni higi ni hitani eta a kwegi Navajo EPA gi hit out that tadizini such a day di study needing de according kwegi the he hanat higoshin without the nada with adole. That would be my response, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the board. At this time, I don't have anybody else on the board. Any further comments, questions?
Request to speak. Speaker Damon.
Yes. Honorable Slater, go ahead. Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Senator Ash, for presenting this legislation, and thank you very much, Ms. Cook-Shirley, for desiring to serve your people and seeking new ways to do that. It's great to see someone from Rock Point moving forward in the administration, and I look forward to the good work that you'll do there. I think right now the Navajo Nation is confronting a real dilemma, and that is, how do we learn the lessons of the past from energy, minerals, resources development, and either figure out a way to have a prosperous and sustainable economy without using those resources, or create laws and regulations that will protect our people, our land, and our livelihoods. And looking at most of the economic plans and analyses that have been put together, like the one in the last administration and some of the efforts, it seems, under this administration, there is a tremendous appetite still for minerals and resource extraction. So I think that you have a real opportunity to shape the future of the Navajo Nation in your position. And it's not necessarily just in regulations or things that you develop, but if you can create a vision, and a vision that has buy-in from our people, whether it's environmental groups, whether it's industry, whether it's ordinary citizens. And I really hope that that vision, as you've committed your life, protects our land and our people. But as someone who's been critical of resource development in the past, I personally recognize that there are very few economic options available for us in terms of near-term revenue. And there's appetite for helium development. There's appetite for all sorts of different things. And I think that, or my ask to you is that your office look at how natural gas regulations and the different regs that have been adopted in New Mexico and then in the states of Utah and Colorado, how they were able to get buy-in from industry and also from environmental groups, and potentially develop regs with the Minerals Department and other parts of the executive branch to do something similar here on Navajo. Maybe we don't need to do anything big and drastic. I think that may be the case. But the way that we involve our community members from the grassroots level to the agency councils all the way up to council is what I think needs to be reimagined. So it's not necessarily the regs themselves. It's the meaningful participation of our communities and the consultation that we need to conduct internally. Some of that doesn't lie within your office, but if you believe in those principles and you're a member of this administration, I believe you can affect that change within our government. So my ask to you is to really think a lot about helium and natural gas. What is the best way forward for the Navajo Nation? Is it to use this resource? Is it to leave it in the ground? Is there a way that you can intelligently do it that will mitigate harm to our environment and to our people, or the potential for harm? And with that comes pipelines. And I think that right now, there's a push for a lot of different movement on pipelines, and Minerals and your office need to work together to ensure all of our people are going to be protected from whatever may take place in the Four Corners area. So thank you very much for presenting yourself to the committee, and I look forward to supporting you. Speaker, I'll reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 23 seconds. Hi, colleagues, any other comments, questions? There's none.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Well, Brown, go ahead.
Nathaniel Brown Dasijin, Ado Tropa Hanslo, look at Basis Chin, Kia Ani Dashik, Ado Zasana Dashinala, Ado Hehe Quegi, Gitch a Hainsley, do be nonish, it is least the Ninigi, Angel no Tahinsne, a co Bahajanto Ultra Indagi, Hutahi Ult Between Ultragi. Nanish in Lado, Yoben Anish Ani, Yo Darle, a co Ado Lada Quegi, Shinant Ayat, Yahata Hasbige, Ya Ani Danesti, the Quegi, Nzat and Jono, Kizat Benjanon, Kitch a Hainty, a co Asia, Shafiat E, Nabelat and Nanish in Lado, Ultra Inda, a co Saquegi, Nadish Kito. Tashio Jobe, Squidnet or less, the not Adanat Ani in the Diago, a question Beshpans, Anhat Ayat Eho, Sisson Days Nestole, a co the Quegi, Nandas Nishigi, a cohut Aheda, Kuna Iraho, not Ani El Iho, non Shintazit, a co Hashin to. I'd say that Ado Handat Nishi Sate Hedge Nahaga Ado Hashin so Jinne no hat Adon lay Betatis Ase Dad Nishin Lini Adon Shepesh Panta Ani Cleaning Kitchen Nehoyan Dika Diquegi A.D. Lachit Benant Nisto Bebe mentions this. The Quahajon on the state or the Beniga. A Dinings kid or less, a Quagista Leho, a Hashin so Nan King the La Ado nasne neje halit ka nature to le benigedishna nandad nishi hajobet dan nistole kwegi ajahez ani ko peso ta ishi ba sahalle edo ya din le alaje kunna egi to shoge je yaskita slata nikla ako asi kut bahani zin kinan shitel inigi arodi da na kigon has anige ya di peso na ganigi in le hashin so aja grant so that inigi benda anishindla upon le Washington kin has prede RGG di da seto ha kedo aja benda anishindla ni ela khait arodi khagon ya kitne hashine kachi to la da sa so ein le get the name say to hagedian dal sto ich inate in die dobachin hashin so wenn inati the get is the all but the cancer the sinigi sade so to not be the sinisa ARGG as to aja hashin so to sabich not all yes that anika ako elahit ang kapendil nisho ka kudon ka di jahani ako ARGG hut abich da di ka nekitene the nata to yesha kut aba so keda kut ako di thogi asi di ko ne yande she yande tan hot so the bekeden shi ado chhin bi thodo nishje akon le so be how hot logi ajat so hage do thogi hashin so digi kan inta kan on natal khatone akon not saying that the harder than getting there kut abe na da do sta wing ako ishin shita dis na to not so daily ako kut ako speaker I reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
Thank you. Every time at 28 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? If not, let me go back to Ms. Shirley for response.
Good afternoon again, Speaker. In my response, first, thank you, Honorable Carl Slater. Thank you for serving my community as well. And likewise, I so appreciated you stepping up to help when our delegate decided that he wanted to step down as his role as council delegate. And again, applaud you also for serving our people. And I know that you are a young man, and I also look to you for some of this vision that you see as well too, and hope that we can work together to see some of that vision through. And I know that you also asked about looking into natural gas regulations, and I too, or some of the staff that I have here, we were talking about this earlier in the week, and we were kind of hopeful that with the new administration, the Biden administration, that some of the regulations and laws that Trump had how would you say, relaxed, or that these regulations that were more in favor of these corporations, we're kind of hopeful that some of those environmental regulations will be rescinded and brought back, and other regulations brought back that allowed for us, for instance, to have a better definition, or what we think is a better definition of waters of the United States. And then looking also to the natural gas regulations as well too. So we are kind of monitoring that as this new administration is settling in. And then my response to Shanat Ani, Honorable Delegate Nathaniel Brown, that eto shahat dini toles. Aro kwaeki a halit au nana nishigi kwaeki nashidin kit ako sheeti a hashin sagot nashandashnish. Ado di kwaeki na nishigi nahaz agi e di big ehonda nishigi da halong. Accord the policies and procedures, Walyanigi a kwaeki di kwaeki not ani julo a kwaeki beho jisindole. Aro the policy dishnigi these personnel policies igi a kwaeki a di shinat ani shnigi a dit out the nanashigi in idole so dit a go nanda nishigi bisnan nishtole e hotel tabaka ado kwaegi di kunda nishigi so o hayujin behas ani do a kwaegi big edas tiod a ko asi ba da hasted so di handa nishigi a hot ego ba hunsen ado a kun en nothing kidigi a di beso do grantigi the nothing kid a kwaegi hanasti igi a di nihi a kwaegi dina EPA gi a la'anta beso bende nishigi a kwaegi work plan digi do grantigi a without but a without a da ego sorry about the background noise, but a kwaegi at that ingo a ade based on hata hodit aho nishinana shidel a ko a hot anage hanasi dole ado di kwaegi rika behind the igi enal force igi a kwaegi nishin kid go hot out baka ishla. So a hot an hit hanasi dole ado shinan adanosini ad kwaegi adini dole di kwaegi ni hit hanasi igi da yego banda dos kit no a esto a ku sidado any dini ku sidado kasni hit ad dini esto a ko a hot out be adan his be hot an hit nunch ato lehisto ado dit out it is a form of communication and I appreciate the communication. So again, my door is always open and I do welcome each and every single one of you to take the opportunity to even meet with me, my staff, and I know my staff is also always is reaching out and wanting to have dialogue with any one of you. So, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go back to reserve time. Two minutes and 46 seconds, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker colleagues. Sheha, thank you for answering the broad questions. I think now with your experience with the Superfund, could you help me understand where we're at when it comes to the Substance Hazard Fund? We've had some concerns in the past in terms of the Navajo Nation allocation out of the Tronics Fund. And so what would be the update from the building that was purchased? And then what are the plans to build up the capacity to meet the needs of the Navajo Nation? Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Every time at 2 minutes and 5 seconds, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. That, we move on down. Honorable Slater, 23 seconds. Can't see my handwriting.
I'll waive my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Brown, 28 seconds.
I waived the rest of my time.
Thank you. That. Let me go back to Shirley. Question raised by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Shirley?
Thank you again, Speaker. And then a thank you again, Honorable Delegate Amber Crotty, Madam Chair. And your question to me is on the substance hazardous funds and specifically the tronics and the building and how we are building capacity. So as far as the building is concerned, we were in the process of doing an abatement. And right now with what with this state of emergency and COVID, our contract is still making its way through the process of being, how would you say, awarded so that we could get the abatement of that building completed so that we could move in, or so that the Superfund staff can move in. So that would be the update on the Tronics building purchase. And then as far as capacity is concerned, we do have new employees that have recently started. And one of our, for instance, one of our senior remedial project manager is working with US EPA to draft up a training, in a way, a training program that would be very specific to US EPA, Navajo EPA, and the work that we are doing. So that's one of the ways in which we are building up capacity. And we are also doing recently, even though with the shutdown and everything, we've managed to have different trainings provided to us through US EPA via web, and our staff members are able to participate in those trainings. And I do believe that we have several of those coming up again. So those are some of the ways in which we are building capacity, Madam. And that would be my response, Chair, or Speaker, excuse me.
Thank you. That, I still don't have anybody in the queue, so I can go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the answers and look forward to working with you in terms of how we can not only, because we could really build an economy surrounding the Tronics cleanup. With the billions of dollars that will be flowing into the communities, we need a plan, a solid plan on how to recapture that funding, how to continue to work with the local colleges to build up the workforce and create the pathways so that community members can have a career that's local in their area. And I think Tronics provides that opportunity. I just have not seen a lot of movement in the past 2 years on how we could have those conversations and restore those communities. So I look forward to our next meeting and dialogue on that. I will provide you my email listing, and for my other colleagues on the line who continue to support the uranium cleanup and remediation, I appreciate that. And I was mentored by Dr. Perry Charlie, and so he sent his unwavering support to your nomination. So thank you very much.
Colleagues, if there's no other further comments, questions, are we ready to vote on legislation 0010-21?
Hello, Nick.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't hear it. Dato Iachike. Niyado Nijahatsi Shiche. Thank you for the legislation. Colleagues, thank you for good remarks. Ado Johnny at Oisen Star Kodo. Shitsushin la. But Annie Shiche that Edna. But Annie Edishe Tadishkishin in the Enschle. Ja, het lanig edan letfadishkirin totsoni. Hast is niet dat. Look at the neho was sanza nezkan. Is dat en che dat Ko die shin change na ko die lees het zijn lila ko. Wat schik che delegate Paul Beke in sche. Nou kosto de ja. Kaya ben hol the chi Arabisha cute from Pasabet King be what on a heli ebikidin she Arabnat Anslan ko she Arabatul Nigo I see in the best ego if egon hit your hand see Hamado Haze Elaine Jono Nahon Pin a conde Hamasando Hache Hanal das Hanal is Hanal Husky. The Yado Hayaho hot air to the Yago, Bonet Sago, Sas Cagele, Chicagele, or Cot Ego Ea, or Onash Inca, the National Cure, the Shamasan, the Sunigo, Jonago Yaskitla, Arabin at A, and Sahakis was that at A, yes, she of the Yaho your net at your bat. I asked of the spare husband a bear, but my son lay, but she lay. Bescheid la en kort eko zade ja abe on slitten ado na hot ego yan jongo ben hit heinzi za de ja de archer the never zade or yehegi ni zade aben an stina la nach and that after so kniski sabana shatle en kort ja sa don san alda aron sa kisen the don san ada Sadol Yain Jono at Kaitnan Netlaco. Eba Shen, Sunukot Hele Bonet, son, not I, Lehat, that Zealand had Ado, non nation in the Zelo, but that Agi hot Ado, but Nahon Agila Ele Bonet, son. It all hot Anash, cause a tree shed over the nature, Hensi, or I could not Eba Shet next season, so Kodo Yat a Hastido, let us hear. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on legislation 0010-21? For once, twice, only 3 times. Vote. Sciavella, on horn.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, the text vote screen. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. vote screen. Thank you.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Thank you.
vote screen.
Delegate Begay, Elmer.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay vote screen.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. vote screen. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel
Brown vote screen.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown vote screen. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knausbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knausbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knausbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable James Henyo votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson
Green.
Stewart Jr.
Green, Chair.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Green, yeah, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Delegate Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knesbat-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knesbat-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesbat-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking out voting. Congratulations, Ms. Shirley.
Ooh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Oh, that, colleagues. Moving on down onto legislation 0016-21, sponsored by Chairman Henyo and co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0016-21, an action related to resource development, budget and finance, and Nabakiatic committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving a supplemental appropriation for the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $34,193,514 to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, and Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act, sponsored by Honorable Jamie Henyo, co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. You have committee reports from the Resources and Development Committee. That recommended do pass with the following amendments. Amendment number 1, on page 1, line 16 and 17, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and overstrike underscore new language $27,196,938 and underscore. On page 1, lines 19 and 20, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority and overstrike. On page 4, lines 22 and 23, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike paragraph 4, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority has requested funding of $6,996,576 as indicated in Exhibit D and overstrike. 5, remove Exhibit D in its entirety and rename or re-letter remaining exhibits. Amendment number 2, 1, insert new section 7 as follows. Underscore section 7, reimbursement to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, for the purpose of combating COVID-19 to reimburse the unreserved undesignated fund balance up to the full amount approved in this resolution. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the unreserved undesignated fund balance as the initial priority in any future funding resolutions for COVID-19 relief, and underscore. 2, the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative totals in this resolution conform to all amendments made in the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. 3, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that has a recommendation of a due pass with one amendment. Amendment number 1, page 1, line 16 and 17, page 5, line 24 and 25, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and overstrike. Underscore new language $19,366,747 and underscore. 2, page 1, line 18, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and overstrike. 3, page 4, line 22 and 23, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike Navajo Tribal Utility Authority has requested funding of $6,996,576 as indicated in Exhibit D. 4, remove Exhibit D in its entirety and rename or re-letter the remaining exhibits. 5, page 4, line 15, page 5, line 27, and page 6, line 2, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and overstrike. Underscore new language $19,366,747 and underscore. 6, page 5, line 12 to 14, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike paragraph L, the Office of the Controller was requested to provide a memorandum to satisfy the requirement in 12 NNC section 820L. The memorandum was not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it is available. And overstrike. New paragraph L underscore. The Office of the Controller has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit H to satisfy the requirement of 12 NNC section 820L. The Office of the Controller has indicated the request is non-recurring and the balance in the unreserved undesignated fund balance as of January 20, 2021 is $63,795,352 and underscore. 7, insert the Office of the Controller memo dated February 9th, 2021 as Exhibit 8. 8, page 5, lines 16 to 20, delete section 4 in its entirety as follows. Overstrike section 4, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J to the extent these prevent the unreserved undesignated fund balance to be used to fund recurring expenditures. The Navajo Nation Council hereby waives 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J to allow UUFB funds to be used for recurring expenditures and overstrike. 9, the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative totals in this resolution conform to the amendments made at the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. 10, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. There is a committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee with a recommendation that legislation pass with 2 amendments and refer to Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1 Amendment number 1, page 5, line 15, insert new paragraphs M and N as indicated below. Underscore M. The Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Management Board approved resolution number 2021-2 attached as Exhibit I in support of the enterprise's request for supplemental funding of $1,460,206 in Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise Board of Directors approved a resolution dated December 31st, 2020 attached as Exhibit J to seeking funding assistance through legislation from the Navajo Nation N underscore 2, add the Navajo Nation Hospitality Board resolutions as new Exhibit I and the Navajo Arts and Craft Board resolution as new Exhibit J. Amendment number 2, page 1, lines 16 and 17, page 5, lines 24 and 25, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514. $14. New language underscore $18,759,447 and underscore 2, page 4, lines 20 and 21. Amend the language as indicated below. After on paragraph 3, Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated has requested funding of overstrike $903,541 and replaced with $296,241 as indicated in Exhibit C. 3, replace Exhibit C in the legislation with new Exhibit C. 4, page 4, line 15, page 5, line 27, and page 6, line 2. Make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and insert $18,759,447. 5, the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative totals in this resolution conform to the amounts to the amendments made at the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. 6, renumber re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Navajo Nation Council and Office of the President are final authority. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, get back to my agenda here. Could I get a motion?
Motion, Helena.
Helena. Second.
Delegate Stewart.
Second.
Delegate Stewart. Lobby work. Any comments, questions? Once. Twice.
Speaker Hickman, this is Delegate Claudia. I have an amendment.
Amendment?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, with that, let me go to Chairman Henry. Chairman Henry, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Speaker Damon Ada Kadashnant 24th Navajo Nation Council. DA Kodai Pez Ani. Ik Tozagale, Ayi Adam, Dana, Yegabanda seat E. Ada Banya the seat here. Ada Ibnache Adelia. The Slago Day also saw in a hot egg. Bana had not in the Kanal sauce. Amendment. He said, because that's Hagi. It easy. No. I had a Kodo bandit Hiko. So I've been at a Kodo or Kiliban at Jam. So the amendment David and the car. I don't Nasoda. So he had answered to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. With that, let me go to Madam Chair Amber Cardi on the main motion.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. On the main motion, thank you, Chairman Henio. I'd like to add the amendment to include language if for the FEMA reimbursement. Speaker, I did send that out to council, their assistants, and your staff. So if staff can read that into the record, I'd appreciate it. And our goal here is to include FEMA reimbursement. I think that could be anywhere up to 75%. Thank you, Speaker. Now I reserve my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Mr. Rico, read the amendment into the record before I get a second.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, Amendment number 1 will read on page 6, lines 12 to 17 from Amendment 2 made at the Resources and Development Committee, add the additional language as indicated below. Original language, Section 7, reimbursement to the unreserved, undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation Council approves any funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, for the purpose of combating COVID-19 to reimburse the unreserved, undesignated fund balance. New language, underscore, UUFB, and underscore, up to the full amount approved in this resolution. New language, underscore, comma, to the extent allowed by federal law, and underscore. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the unreserved, undesignated fund balance as the initial priority in any future funding resolutions for COVID-19 relief. New language, underscore, if the Navajo Nation receives reimbursement from the Federal Emergency Management Administration, FEMA, but not additional COVID-19 relief funding, the controller shall use the FEMA reimbursement to reimburse the UUFB up to the amount appropriated in this resolution. If the Navajo Nation receives reimbursements from FEMA and additional COVID-19 relief funding, the controller shall prioritize UUFB reimbursement first from the FEMA reimbursement and then from additional COVID-19 relief funds. If an enterprise receives reimbursement from FEMA, they will reimburse the Navajo Nation up to the amount received in this resolution, and underscore. 2, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Second, Wanika.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Wanika, second. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Once, and twice, and 3 times. Let's go to the board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knutsbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable
Green.
Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona
Honorable
votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes
Honorable
green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green. I'm sorry.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green on the amendment.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Delegate
Honorable
Paul
Eugene
Begay
So.
votes green.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 1 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting on amendment number 1. All right, colleagues, let me go back to the main motion. I don't have anybody on the board on the main motion.
Speaker, it's Kristen.
Yes, Ms. Lowe.
We need an amendment to revise the title. I had sent an email at 2 o'clock, so if someone can motion for that amendment, that will be the last amendment that we need for this legislation, Speaker.
I'll motion that Yellowhair.
I'll second this, Delegate Brown.
That, we're on amendment number 2 by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, amendment number 2. Page 1, lines 21 and 22, delete the language as follows. After the words crafts, enterprise, overstrike, semicolon, waiving 12, NNC section 820E, F, and J, and overstrike. 2, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Amendment.
Thank you very much. With that, on amendment 2, is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you, Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions on amendment number 2? Once.
Speakers, Vice Chair Smith.
Sir Smith, go ahead. On amendment number 2.
Yes, could that be explained a little more clear on what is going on with the striking of the 860, I think it's EF, and another letter I don't have in front of me, but could it be just explained so that I understand what we're doing with the amendment? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 35 seconds. Let me go back to Ms. Lowell. Ms. Lowell, could you explain the amendment?
Sure, Speaker. So when the legislation was originally drafted, it was drafted with waiver language included. We did not have the memo from OOC with the designation whether the request was recurring or non-recurring. The Office of the Controller did provide the memo, and that was added as new Exhibit H at the Budget and Finance Committee. So what new Exhibit H says is that the request would be considered non-recurring. The UUFB funds are non-recurring. So there's a preference to match non-recurring revenues and non-recurring funds, or non-recurring expenses rather. The Appropriations Act for supplemental appropriations specifically allows council to do a waiver in the event that's a recurring expenditure. We do not need to do that in this situation because the designation by the controller was that it's non-recurring. Therefore, we do not need the waiver. I hope that's clear, but I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes, 35 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And also Legislative Council for explaining that. And it's understood that this is being removed. We're not waiving any Title 12 on this legislation. So with that, Speaker, I don't need to reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, colleagues, on amendment number 2, are we ready to vote? Once. Twice. 23 times. Pat, Bella, roll call vote on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kunisba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kunisba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Votes green.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green on Amendment 2.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Back to the main motion on legislation 0016-21. I don't have anybody in the queue.
Vote.
But nobody in the queue. Let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. 4 minutes, 25 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to have a follow-up for my request yesterday regarding the history of the gaming referendum. Is that available? I do not see it in my email, and I'll reserve my time.
4:12, reserve time. Go to Pledge Council.
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Ms. Labrock. And I did do some research, but I have not quite completed it. I can tell you what I have found as soon as I find it again. 1 second. There were indeed, 1 second, please. Okay, I apologize for that. Just a small delay. I have too many emails going on. So what I have been able to find out is that in 1994, there was a gaming referendum. It was approved by council and sponsored by the Division of Economic Development and the Economic Development Committee. And that was the first referendum, and that was in 1994. And that one failed. Then, and I think, I think the vote was 54.5% voted no, and 45.5% voted yes. In 1997, in I think it was November, there was another gaming referendum. It also failed, approximately the same percentages. And then in October of 2001, the nation, I believe, approved the gaming ordinance by resolution CO 7501. And it was submitted to the National Indian Gaming Commission, but it was in 2001, but it wasn't approved. And then, let's see. So finally in 2004, the National Indian Gaming Commission approved the Navajo gaming ordinance, and then in 2004, November 2004, another referendum was conducted and approved, and that referendum passed 60% to 40%, and what it did was, I think it was structured a little bit differently, but it not only approved gaming, but it amended the criminal code so that gaming and gaming devices were no longer illegal, and that was done through referendum. That is the information that I have been able to gather between last night and today. What I have not been able to get is the actual referendum language and any other voting related materials. As soon as I do get those, I will share with the council. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you. That, colleagues, again, still there's nobody on the board on legislation 0016-21. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty with a reserve time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to motion to table this legislation until there's council and the president approves the special duty pay for our Navajo Nation employees. Thank you, Speaker. I'll make that motion and reserve my time.
Okay, motion by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. And the timeline is until the hazard special duty pays are passed by Navajo Nation Council President. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Slater.
Slater. Colleagues, at this time on a tabling motion, go back to the sponsor for 3 minutes.
Okay, here not to speak to Dana. There's only colony so the I don't but the team the other answer go by the kid. The national so the thing study.
Oh, she said pass.
So even the chair the out on this. I'm not so the thing. I don't the chair today come. Don't the house the enterprises. They've changed the house to even because it's on that case. Even I declare. Give his only not so with the deal. Halaquia, Nendal Sose Dota. Not so with the deal, though, but the deal. I don't any, so not see those Nanta Cody. Could table the Liha, then gave to Chiji the deal. Other not so with the deal. I will learn that it later. But I cannot see the hella.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. That colleagues go to board on tabling motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote right.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callum Begay Jr. votes red. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty.
Charles Newton votes red.
Delegate Amber Knussbach votes green.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Haniel.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Jamie Haniel.
Henio votes red.
Honorable Jamie Haniel votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
No. Mm-mm.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is not. Oh, sure. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker
Honorable
votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Gray.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green.
Green kind.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Nathaniel Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto
Vote
So.
red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Speaker, I apologize. Can you tell me what we're voting on? My call dropped.
We're voting to table the legislation 0016-21 until, where's the language? Until such time the hazards or special duty pay is approved by the Navajo Nation Council and the President and Vice President for Navajo Nation employees.
Okay, thank you. I will vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 10 in favor and 12 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. That in favor, 12 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion fails. Back to the main motion. I don't have anybody in the queue. No one's texting. Going back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Carty, 3 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I think in terms of what this legislation represents is that our gaming institution needs to be reevaluated. Time and time again, we constantly as a council, through one way or another, are asked to subsidize gaming. I think in terms of what we're doing as a council, there should be a thorough assessment of the future of gaming on Navajo Nation. And there was a great piece in the Navajo Times that talked about the opportunities for creating healthier clinics and lifestyles in transforming the gaming enterprises. I think as our economy changes, we should be looking not only forward, but looking at enterprises and industries that sometimes we talk about it's extractive industries, but gaming also plays a part in the health of not only their employees, but their patrons, and the continued use of having smoking allowed on their sites. I have a long list of appropriations that not only this council or former councils have provided to gaming, like paying for that Twin Arrows travel center, paying for the Twin Arrows public safety building, and then giving additional dollars for gaming to open up a hotel in Shiprock. I think the nation, in terms of its relationship from gaming, should be dramatically different. Other tribes and other tribes that we've worked for, we see that different dynamic where gaming, the patrons are mixed in terms of ratio to tribal citizens who go and visit the sites, and also looking at some of gaming's recent investments, like that strip location along Flagstaff. So if the company is having and struggling with their either temporary repayment of the loan, we're gonna need a critical eye. And it's apparent that jackets or favors sways votes, And so I'd ask Speaker if there could be a way that either an advisory council or another mechanism is created. Individuals like the Diné Chamber of Commerce who have had and run successful businesses look at gaming and other Navajo Nation enterprises to make sure that they're meeting the mark, that they're providing opportunity and revenues back to the nation, and most importantly, are not causing adverse health conditions for their employees and their patrons. At this time, our Navajo Nation employees are not receiving the special duty pay that was promised to them because of administrative mismanagement and also the inability to get those documents to council. So I would stand by those CHRs, senior center employees, and other who provided direct services
Madam Chair.
To our Navajo people. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead on the main motion.
Yes, I echo Shemaya's Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty's statement, all the way to the point that the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has been also given monies from the Permanent Trust Fund. And yesterday we heard that you don't have any more monies to be able to build some of these ideas that they had come up with. And I think it's time that the gaming enterprise relinquished those monies that had been voted on for them to use for such an item as the Shiprock Hotel. That money should be released back to the Navajo Nation so that other deserving projects could be funded through the previous allocation of the Permanent Trust Fund. I really feel like the gaming enterprise has overextended its ability. They continue to come back time and time again for their bad management and bad decisions. And this particular item is just another example. And in this case, I will vote red. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aro Beshmasa Anna Semiga Anatko. Great Alay Yaha. Hidden Kadi Jetadi Nisa Anilko. We all say that. We all say, let's help our people. Let's help our dear Navajo people. Let's help our chapters that eat Nisa. 11 years that eat Nisa Lansansa. Why do we say that? Are we saying it so we could put it out there on social media and seek re-election? As resources and development committees oversight over gaming, they've never come before us begging for money. The CARES Act money was available to everybody, all enterprises. NTUA, what did they do? They went out there and they placed water for people, electricity for people. NECA did the same thing. Essential business, Benina. Gaming was labeled non-essential business. Well, on such case, we focus on a few areas, and gaming has never been reported to have any type of financial theft, fraud, nothing. They operated up on their own from the time they were allowed to operate. Oh, ayun hidden na. Ajde nation deck at nature text deck. Khalid Aaron hikaf jet than hidden na. It's up to you. We're on a roll to shut down NGS Kayenta Mine. Why don't we just shut them down? We'll be known as 24th, shutting down things, and then we talk about economics. If we're going to come up with a plan for economic development, let's start today. That's all we ever say. We point the fingers to gaming. We have a lot of Navajos working over there. So when we shut down NGS, there's no revenue coming. Then zero. Kayenta Mine, zero. And we never reached out to those employees that lost their jobs. Then no, we looked the other way. Just Wednesday, our own people that runs a hotel. No, Ashwada, no, it's no. Because the gun I seen hit a garage. And she order needle, eh? We don't say nothing to them. But then they come onto our property, they take pictures, they make money. Where's the gate that we're supposed to close? Why is it that the nanny, he eats we see our people that are well qualified in a lot of areas, and we just trip them. Our children come back to us. When you get educated, go my son, go and get an education, go my son. No. We don't offer them anything. But then, Jay Conan is the day, okay, sir. Hashidan Hashin Jehin Nisa, Nishan Nature Nisa. That peso, Nature Honana Nahia, then he that no. Not so nature, Nanalia. 20 billion. Hashti Lee, Hate Abnahit Arok Adiki. You see a lago, Nanish Sashi, Dio Overstranger Kashidan Hijotna, Dohat Eda. Oh, Choyaban Sekes, Dodo Nado or Washta. Halit Adati, Nilatons or Ace Neo. Jehase, Bansizekesko.
Time.
You think about these things. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman. Is that moving on down? Honorable Herman Daniels. On the main motion.
Speaker Kellen.
Honorable Keelan Begay, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, kudo. The first can kudo. Yeah, kudo. Adelman kudo Shanat Shanagi. Zoranos kudo. 24th Navajo Nation Council kudo. Egi beda ego kudo. Adonda kudo legislation kudo. Egi das close home. Adonana Gaming. Adon Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise. That Egi to Enich is Egan. Adonana kudo. Shananta kudo down. Hajoban so case kudo. The Hajoban so case kudo. Akoti kudo Hashin so Enich is Ink Adida. The Hashin and later days nation de nanis with on that stage. A in the data. Do in he need a data kudo. Shananta Shanagi. Azo kato nakalchin ben ahondelen ben ahondalen stole nagadi andat zaro nanish. Another that those was go. I see baka jo ba queen kodo shanata mashinigi. Adonana kodo. We are shadow de the net kinalo ayati. Because we have other enterprise that are asking for funds dollars. So AIC kodo da baba na oshkazo da kest oban da kest kodo. Ado shadi with an aha. To ya shwan out da. Kodo da ki host dan o ibeni jihad the was chino hot ele. Za kest iban to the kest. Za kest do yinsten zetle. Akodi hot that ekodo our enterprise na hal chini that. Ado na banada chin had lots of kishatos net dada. Ni talk Kenyan ni nala keda. So ya ajid na that ekodo. So kodo ni che test iki kodo ni da I kaliki kodo teacher. Osh with the plan that stays neat or less kodo osh with class when that you so ya that just hit or less. Ado eat no ya is shanat on shanagi. So kodo ba na osh ka the snadi de kodo. I see kodo babe not for deal niche. Kodo beka na deal was. A court was do sheet or lesson that did because of this the pandemic COVID-19 even not at that either. Don't ego change another that nation there. So I hinder one Houston and later go Arsenal in the Hobson. COVID-19 even not at either. So in the Kododa Fonanis, Nedatza, other enterprise, like the nation Kododa, Chairman Nazi has Negita, Eada in nation, but they could only do Sabbath North. Even not in Kododa, Besot, or yet that the next shadow that stain, or Galimich destin. Ashina Hot, Bes and Daliago, Bes of Shinhich and Nihich Hunde or at least a best equal chapters in Johannes Idoless. A koi yisiki Heibaneta are Navajo people. Heibayelti are Navajo people. So if I say be thinking I'm gonna vote green on this to help my Navajo people, to help my Navajo families that are in dire need of beso egi ikajo ba in zenegi. Arunana kodo chidi da shita but the van da has out trailers, the mobile homes, or she have find the hot things. So that Eban this case, the way I quite at the Nashkat on this case, and legal on this case either at the West Argo. That in Nishko Eban this case got Mr. Speaker on Club has stayed on it. Over an Oshka, but also not Amashenigi, the Ashwan, the Kodo, though none get the Noshkan, the Kodo, not Amashenigi Kodo, but not Oshka, all the enterprise Kodo. So on Club has stayed on it, Mr. Speaker. Is there time?
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, with that. 59 seconds, Honorable Daniels.
Speaker.
Yes. Saying Speaker.
Put me in the sheet pin, please.
Daniel, what was this? Okay, with that, we'll put you in the queue, Chairman Yazzie. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hier hat on this Kodo, Speaker. I to the Fourth Navajo Nation Council. I don't the both side argument is very it is Hanolia. Kodo Diego A cases Dika Kodo legislation so Gito out of Benat Niniki a Coco, yes, hazard pay for other Navajo Nation employees is in dire need. Coco, we've been saying, and I've been saying that on behalf of our chapters, but we shouldn't really make this more of saying that let's hold up on certain person because certain money because of this first. Abasitio big abasitio do little sort a coco or jodi the kin not speed to other has a pay nigitreat at skifiko establish not a yeah because we know that we have additional coming for sure. We know that there's additional funding that's coming forth, and these funding treat but I bet say the base of so I quite give a cut deal was a quite in that Bian Hanan de Kijaba has an Arjabina in death or less. So I think that's the assurance a quite and Dan or Seniki a Corbin Nago God or Ashwood on hit the Shibby Kate and the legislation. So with that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to our chairman, Naz, RDC member, speaker. Appreciate it.
Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Sitsala. Here, Sitsala, Lenigi. Aro Sitsalo,
Chairman, sorry. You have 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Thank you. Jiro, Maya, Jiro, Sitaro, Ashida, Hegi. The nanny clashin and I not Senigi. Way, ha, Hobble nanny cleaner. The nanny cleaning hitche, Holo. In case, Holon here, Joe, but Holon here, yo, now Holo. Asian Gisha, Horo. They hard to go shin seats. Quite ocean seats. Hala, say not on enough. Nant I. Honohia. Honohia, even in a base mahas on not. A coalition became a crowbay hat nail nesto. Quite ocean did listen, he had a nepper. Jetty, Nengi Koro, should I audition. Should a nash and Lenny ben audition. A Jashin, Nitch at a hash pay and the big had on his name the large job, but oh, your job, Nathan Lachandashin. You have to forgive them. You have to encourage them. You have to be the example. You're the leader. You know the way. You have to show the way. And you have to walk the way of leadership. And I, Hoshi, what Egon is, Jahasti, the dog here, what shut in us at Sella, the Okro, Anna Sway, and Hansis case out there, so Aroshin, Ara Dyson of Agin Hananish, Denegi, Answer with a shin, Koro, in a way, the cotton low, but at all, Yasti, Nate Hotnat Snake. Though they indicate and they can't hit listening. Here, and I'm not any. God bless you.
Thank you. That moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Going twice. Honorable Yellow Hair going 3 times. Moving on down. Honorable Brown.
Yeah, Speaker, Ado Beshmans on 24th Navajo Nation Council. Hang it Dole. Anja, Kohat Nini, do Nini, Jonahut, Lago Biki, Yado Craggy Biki, and Nanaki. Kodon Keaton, Ado Anant, Ani, Mikitane, Jopa Ains, and a Kosa, Soda Vigenda, Siata. Ako di ko doon kisen do ande ka sata ka jagola ani Shana Ninigate up and not the Awasha. Abashin in the Hashzaja, the Najon Gaming, based on the Jehuil Indole. That's a really good question. So, Halid Abek and that's the Queens and other questions now Ashin Ninigate the Nashni Heap and Hota. Of course, Speaker, I would like to give the remaining of my time to Delegate Amber Kenneth McCarty. Yeah.
Hey, with that, Madam Chair, McCarty, 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Shiaz Delegate Brown, and for all of the colleagues who are speaking on this legislation. I think in terms of the history of gaming and the visceral reaction when issues are brought up about the history of gaming, we should always know what happened in the past and some truth-telling. I was fortunate enough to be a legislative district assistant to a member of Budget and Finance when Twin Arrows was being developed. So in truth-telling, that whole establishment was just a political move to secure votes. It was built on bedrock. And when you build on bedrock, we all know that that increased the development, and so much money was just sucked into trying to make that establishment be successful. Matter of fact, the last council, there was a delegate who would always go and say, we have to save Twin Arrows. We got to save Twin Arrows. And those sites too also had ramifications when it came to cultural integrity. There was families who were relocated and had individuals and relatives who had passed on and were buried in that place. So let's start with some truth telling on what happens when we look the other way when it comes to gaming, and to look at why are there certain gaming enterprises in certain communities, and what does that do in terms of the impact, and what does that do in terms of the benefits. At that time, gaming had promised up to about $50 million in revenue. That has never flourished. Maybe if we're lucky, every other year we get a $5 million check. I think at this point, when we talk about workers, I think we still, as this council, still have the opportunity to help those miners who had to relocate. And delegates, if we want to come together and provide that support, we should move forward on that, because we also need to look at the workers for the small business owners. We gave gaming from the CARES funding back in September or August funding without a date to open. And what happened was they were able to bring back and they were able to try to rev up, and then there was no opening. And then this council voted to open gaming, and there was no opening. And this legislation and this money request has no opening date. The focus should be on what is viable for gaming. What are the viable locations if gaming is to resume? And those are the hard conversations that top management should be providing to this council, and being honest with their workers as they're drawing down from March to January 100% of their paycheck. We should have that here. There should be a memo in this document that there's agreed upon date, how that's going to be restructured, and how they're going to move forward. Because as we saw, $23 million was given in September, and we're back now and having the same conversation. And this time it's being asked from the UUFB. And so where else can we put money from the UUFB is to help support not only the enterprises, because if you look at these budget forms, it says public assistance. This is a subsidy. It's a subsidy to the enterprises. And we need to plan on when they're going to reopen, and what does that look like, and when are they finally going to meet their duty in providing more benefits to the local people.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Delegate James, put me in the queue.
Well, James, I'll put you in the queue. Moving on down, Chairman Yazzie.
This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
I'm a Yellow Hair.
This is Delegate Yellow Hair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Yate. Good afternoon. Good evening, good. Out of 24 Navajo Nation Council, Yate. Say, I stand to support our Navajo Nation casinos. That's one of the only revenue that we will get. This revenue, you should all know, this is casino money, provide money to the chapters, pay for the electricity. 810 chapters, they provide funds. So we need money. We need to support 900 plus staff need to get back on the job. We need to support it. This is the only way the money can come in. Ani. Kobe's. They're trying to take our area in 20 Arrow. We don't want them to move us right by us. Even when you eliminate them, not to move close to us in 20 Arrow or Flagstaff area. Even in Abahazani, we're in economic development. We should all vote green for a enterprise. I'm the vice chair as the Native Enterprise. And she did Navajo Nation Casino. Because of the Schneider, the Cardi Chestnut Ani, out of Yananit. Yo, Indian, the Solano, the Jota, then we're one of the best of the Arizona. Could you keep it? Casino, the Hanlonge, Argentina, I said, what that a vessel Yanahi, Nisote. Out of the state of Arizona, the state of New Mexico. Even in because the dinner boat that the lake green, what's I think Hayat Italy. Other than that, so could he were already Navajo Nation Casino, Kajunika, not Jai, Brian Pear, CEO. He's a leader and he's taking care. Everything will be taken care of well against the pandemic. But about this, so yesterday we are prepared for health and safety. And each one of you vote for green. Never cut off with all the Javen yet never not on it. I say often sick that all the narrow mind children never not on it. Yet say that what other one that's not a Nika had teachers this time. So I want to be hospital. Otherwise, I'll wait my time. God bless each one of you. Should not on it. It's not I shouldn't on behalf of Black Mesa. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. Moving on down, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, and to all the individuals who are listening online, thank you for getting me out of the sheep pen. I just want to ask my colleagues that we vote in favor of this. I know that there's a lot of questions, regarding the opening dates and the management. But the bottom line is that we're looking at the employees. Okay, we have helped. The nation has helped many through scholarships, through housing discretionaries, through home improvement electricity projects within our chapter. I say this because Fire Rock sits within the area of Church Rock chapter. And no one cannot tell the time of when this virus is going to go away or if it's going to come back. But I do know it's within our capabilities now where we can help the staff. I think I heard in Navi yesterday that, with us delegates, we're very fortunate. We get claims, we get mileage, pay, and even though we're not getting much on sessions, but we're getting fundings back to us. But I hear, having saying that, we need, when we get our checks, I think of the employees, and there's a lot of them that reside within our chapters here, the Rue and Ayambato and Church Rock. And yes, texts do come to us and saying, please support us. There's a young kid from Crown Point who was just a little kid when, I used to go to his house and, play basketball with his brothers, and really was fortunate in high school. We made it up to state, but we got beat the first round. But this young little boy who was riding around his tricycle is now a certified electrician at Fire Rock. And, his brother, said that he's worried because there's no work, and he's going to go ahead and start probably going into the contract business, and because he needs to support his family. So my colleagues, if the management is a question, we can investigate that, but we're talking and looking at the employees, colleagues, and we can imagine if we were laid off and if we cannot support our family, how hurtful could that be? And that's what our employees are going through with these the casinos and the enterprises that we're talking about. So we have a chance, my colleagues. Let's give them a hand. Let's all vote in favor of the legislation, and then with the management, with the casinos, then we can further go into deep investigation on that. So let's all vote green and help, my colleagues. Speaker, now I do not want to reserve my time, so I'll leave it at that. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie. That moving on down. Honorable Vince James, the floor is yours.
Another speaker, other members of the council. Kodo the legislation so quite a winter session yet you Washington home by Yatasil how many staff did that serve? How many staff was going to be in that building, and how much money did we give for that Washington home with the amount of staff? Currently, right now, we are talking about several enterprise, and it deals with so many employees, so many staff, so many of our Navajo people, compared to what we approved as council for the Washington home and the number of staff that's going to be in that home. So with that being said, I think this is a suffice information, suffice legislation that we should move forward with, because it's going to support a lot of our Navajo families. It's going to support them and give them that hope, to give them that morale to move forward, that they can still look forward, lift up their chin, and look in the distance that there is light at the end of the tunnel, that eventually they will recover from being laid off, from not working, from not receiving any funds. So with that, I encourage my colleagues to vote green on this legislation and I would like to make a motion to cease debate, reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker Shinali. Yeah.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Wanika.
Colleagues, I just was getting the numbers together. I just wanted to make sure there was a healthy debate on this legislation. This is not including the debate that was yesterday at NAPKIATIC committee, but Honorable Vince James raises a cease debate. We've been debating this for 1 hour and 35 minutes. And there's 3 individuals who have stated their opposition against the legislation. 5 who have stated that they're for this legislation, and 2 who have stated they're neutral on this legislation. And with that, colleagues, there has been considerable debate on this legislation. So, Honorable James, I accept your motion to cease debate. Is there a second?
Eugene So.
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Eugene So. With that, colleagues, this legislation on the cease debate motion would be 2/3 of the voting members, and on the last vote there was 23. So it would be 16 members in order to cease debate on this legislation. So with that, there's no discussion on cease debate. Go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesbach Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater red.
Honorable Paul Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green to cease debate.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green to cease debate.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up.
Wanika votes green.
Honorable Almer Begay.
Almer Begay votes green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 20 in favor, 3 opposed, and the speaker not voting on the cease debate motion carries. That, Mr. Rico, if you could do the second reading on legislation 0016-21.
Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council. Amendment number 1 on page 6, line 12 to 17, from amendment number 2 made at the Resource and Development Committee. Add the additional language as indicated below. Original language, section 7, reimbursement to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, for the purpose of combating COVID-19, to reimburse the unreserved undesignated fund balance. New language, underscore UUFB and underscore up to the full amount approved in this resolution. New language, comma, to the extent allowed by federal law, and underscore. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the unreserved undesignated fund balance as the initial priority in any future funding resolutions for COVID-19 relief. New language, underscore, if the Navajo Nation receives reimbursement from the Federal Emergency Management Administration, FEMA, but not additional COVID-19 relief funding, the controller shall use the FEMA reimbursement to reimburse the UUFB up to the amount appropriated in this resolution. If the Navajo Nation receives reimbursements from FEMA and additional COVID-19 relief funding, the controller shall prioritize UUFB reimbursement first from the FEMA reimbursement and then from additional COVID-19 relief funds. Moreover, the Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the UUFB as the initial priority in any future funding resolutions for COVID-19 relief from the United States up to the amount approved in the resolution. And underscore. Amendment number 2, page 1, lines 21 to 22, delete the language as follows. After Crafts Enterprise, overstrike, semicolon, waiving 12 NNC section 820E F N J and overstrike. Renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, go to board, vote on legislation 0016-21 with 2 amendments at council.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiala votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green for the employees.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knursbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knursbach Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knursbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green chili.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pinal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pinal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green for families and employees of the nation.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order,
Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. In the past, it's been requested of you, and you've honored it, and the precedent has been set that we'll answer our names as delegates and our response to the vote. And we won't add in any other statements, and we won't be coy or funny with them. And I ask that you maintain that decorum here.
Thank you. Colleagues, asking for the vote and continue voting and due respect to your rest of the colleagues on the floor.
It's a form of intimidation, Speaker, by insinuating that people who are voting in opposition to this, delegates and colleagues who are voting in opposition to this legislation, are not supporting Navajo people and Navajo families. It's a dirty tactic, Speaker, and you should censure the delegate who said that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, and thank you. I will deal with that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Chairman Nez, sorry for interrupting you. Continue voting.
It's okay, sir.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red. Or correction, green. Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is nice. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 5 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 18 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Moving on down. Thank you. We are at the close of session. Item number 7.
Speaker.
Yes, I have two people, one person ahead of you, Honorable Slater. On announcements, Honorable Holona, and then I'll go to you, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay, Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. And I want to pick up from where I left off this morning. I have two people I would like to honor today. One is Woody Bedoni. He resides in Twin Lakes. Woody Bedoni was a World War II veteran. He was a sharpshooter, and he was 96 years old. He passed away a couple of days ago, and Woody was a Navajo Nation tribal employee who retired from the Navajo Nation. That's one I would like to honor, and the second one would be Guy Batilli Jr. Guy Batilli Jr. Originally was from Sohatchee. Guy Batilli Jr. is the son of Guy Batilli Sr. and Dorothy Batilli from Tohatchee. Guy Batilli was a World War II veteran. A veteran of the Vietnam War. He served in the Vietnam conflict and was a proud Marine, Marine Division, the 3rd Division. Mr. Batilli had 6 sisters and 4 brothers. He also had 2 daughters and 1 son and 3 grandchildren. I would like to honor Mr. Batilli and Mr. Bedoni with a moment of silence. Mr. Batilli was also active in the Veterans Organization out in Houck, Arizona, and he was instrumental in creating a veteran cemetery in Houck, Arizona, where he will be laid to rest next week, Friday, February 19th. Mr. Batilli was also part of the Houck Veterans Organization who posted the colors during the winter session of 2021, this last winter at Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Batilli is the brother of our Chief Justice, Joanne Jane Batilli. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you could, I would like to honor these 2 individuals with a moment of silence.
Thank you very much, Mahona.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
If I can, I'd like to add a veteran from my area to that request.
Go ahead, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Holona. Speaker, I wanted to also recognize Mr. Jones Juan from White Rock. He was a Marine. He passed away as well, and we are very saddened by his loss. His mother recently passed away as well. Our prayers and thoughts go out to the Juan family of White Rock. Very, very, very good individual and very nice people. So please keep everyone in their thoughts and prayers. Mr. Harrison Juan works at the Lake Valley Senior Center as a driver. Very, very good individual. So I really I'm thinking of the Juan family at this time. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, thank you very much for those recognitions of these veterans, Mr. Batilli, Mr. Bedoni, and Mr. Juan. At this time, colleagues, if we could take some time out Friday evening and know that their families are in mourning now, and that whatever we can do, at least send some prayers.
You are unmuted.
And in order for them to go ahead and really set the precedence, what they left, their families and their individual legacies behind. So we'll go ahead and take a moment of silence again for Mr. Bitzili, Mr. Bedoni, and Mr. Juan at this time. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, and for recognizing, again, those individuals that are left and journeyed on to the next world, Mr. Bitzili, Mr. Bedoni, and Mr. Juan. And thank you for recognizing them. And not only that, thank you for thinking about their families at this time too as well. So yeah, with that, moving on down, Honorable Slater, the floor is yours on announcements. Honorable Slater.
Can you hear me, Speaker? Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can
Okay,
hear
thank
you
you.
now.
Thank you. Speaker, my request is that your staff and yourself develop a budget for your legislation 6-21 to hire some economic and financial consultants for the council. We gave $25 million to the gaming enterprise not too long ago. We just gave $15 million to the enterprise. So right there, it's $40 million bucks. And when we asked, said it'll last us a month. So if we're going to burn cash from the Navajo Nation at $15 million a month, that $62 million that's in the UFB is going to be gone pretty soon. And we're going to start dipping into the rest of our Navajo Nation funding. So we really need a strong plan, and I'm looking to your leadership, Speaker, to figure out how we can get ourselves out of this hole. We have yet to make an actual profit off of gaming, and I think they're a really great enterprise and have sound plans, but the cards are not in our favor right now and how this is going down. So in order to protect the economic viability and really the future of our children's money and our grandchildren's money, we need this leadership. And I'm confident in your financial and fiscal capabilities as a former budget and finance chair to bring this level of analysis to the council. But development is not doubling down on things that haven't made a net profit for your investment. And one of my chapters, I think all of them, got money in 2016. They haven't received anything from gaming since then. And we can't continue to have haves and have-nots on the res. We need a comprehensive approach. And I really ask that you get that amendment so that we have the funding to support this sort of analysis and get a plan together with this comprehensive budget legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. I will definitely work together, not only internally, but also externally to make sure that that's appropriate and we know what kind of scope of work that needs to be added in the budget request form. So we can work on that and we'll prepare that amendment. Honorable Slater.
Motion to adjourn.
Speaker Damon, I text to request to speak. Delegate Nez.
Thank you. With that, moving on down, Chairman Nez, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. You're doing a good job, sir. And thank you very much for your words. I value your words. Just would like for you to know, and that San Juan chapter staff, what my brother, Honorable Kialam Begay, has been advocating for as far as special hazard duty pay for chapter staff. Now, today, San Juan chapter 3 staff and 5 volunteers gave to communities that drove through 215 people health drinks, water, food, hand sanitizers, and everything else under the guidance of Chapter Manager Amanda Tolino. So they were just really out there doing it safely today, and I just would like to let you all know, we should be very proud of our chapter staff everywhere, 110 chapters. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that, and thank you very much for all the chapters for their work right now that they're doing. I see that, see numerous of your posts and everything that's coming in for them doing that distribution out there. So yeah, thank you all the frontline workers again for everything that you do. So with that, colleagues, any other comment or any other announcements? If there's none, I think there was a motion to adjourn by Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker Freeland.
Second by Honorable Freeland.
No, I wanted to make an announcement, Speaker.
Honorable Freeland, you didn't reserve your time.
Oh, okay.
With that, motion by Chairman Yazzie. Is there a second?
Delegate Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Motion to adjourn at 5:27 p.m. That, the board.
Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
I vote green. This is Delegate Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green for adjournment. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. does not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green for adjournment.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knosbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knosbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knosbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels does not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not
Delegate
vote.
Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Otto.
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green. Walker
Honorable
votes
Thomas
green.
Walker Jr. Votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty does not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels via text votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, 42 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. We're officially adjourned at 5:27 p.m. Have a good weekend, everyone. Thank you very much to the staff. Enjoy your 3-day weekend. And colleagues, we'll see you when you see you. Have a good day. Safe travels.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker.
What's going
and
on?
staff.
Speaker.
Oh.
Hello?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, I've been reading some of the comments that are being posted on the Navajo Nation Council Facebook page. There is a comment that was made by 2 individuals. They said that there was a disrespectful comment that was made by the director, Brian Parrish, about his position. And so I kind of engaged in the conversation a little bit. But I don't know what exactly is going on. The individual who is posting it stated that it happened sometime in December or November. And I don't really know what is going on, but if you, Speaker, if it's true, I think we need to address the issue. In either case, I think that it does need to be looked into because I thought that I was paying attention. Perhaps it was said. I don't know. I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know if it was said or not. But I could take a snapshot of the conversation and send it to your staff so you guys can start looking into whether it was said or not. And I think if it was said, then this director does need to apologize to council and to the Navajo people.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker.
Right.